in the field right now that should be addressed by collective efforts. Still, the main idea remains that aging is the main risk factor, the main underlying cause, and that basically means that we need to treat aging as a medical condition. Now, some people don't like it. You know, what you call aging a disease? We are offended. You know, let's all die of disease of old age because we don't want to be offended. No, it's important for us to develop therapies. For that, we need to recognize aging as a medical condition. Right now, I'm proud to say that also thanks to our advocacy efforts, organizations like International Longevity Alliance, by Gerontology Research Foundation, aging is now, starting from the last year, recognized as a medical condition in the International Classification of Diseases, ICD-11, not as a disease per se, we still don't want to offend anybody, but as two types of categories. As a general symptoms category, basically syndrome, the so-called aging-associated decline in intrinsic capacity, and the second category is etiology, is causality, aging-related decline, which is also mainly or significantly the contribution of our advocacy, the International Longevity Alliance. Still, these categories are not applied widely, very simply because, once again, there are no agreed evaluation criteria, but already you see aging as part of the ICD. So basically, if there's a desire, if there's a drive, one can address aging as a medical condition according to WHO, International Classification of Diseases. But to accomplish this in practice, we still need to develop evaluation criteria, and from the evaluation criteria to proceed toward actual clinical trials of anti-aging treatment specifically. There's still a big taboo on such interventions.
Recording in progress.
There is such a still a bit of reluctance to test specifically anti-aging treatments with the purpose to prevent age-related decline as a general phenomenon. So we seek proxies. Maybe we can address some age-related disease or multiple disease, but still there should be a massive consultation on this issue. How do we address aging? How do we evaluate the success of our intervention? And that will be a part of a much academic and public and political discussion as well in the future. Now, in our research, we try to do our part with Vetek Association, the Movement for Longevity and Quality of Life. Together with my colleague, Dr. David Bloch, we published quite a few papers attempting to develop some metrics for aging, for evaluating the effectiveness of anti-aging treatments based on information theories such as normalized mutual information, entropy. It has some advantages over the existing linear measures. For example, it allows you to measure nonlinear relations, synergistic relations, but that's just our small contribution, our drop in the ocean, the brick in the wall. Hopefully there'll be many more such contributions. There'll be a massive academic and public and policy discussion. How do we measure aging? How do we affect and how do we evaluate the effectiveness of intervention? That's once again a task for the future. And I believe one of the most effective ways to evaluate the effectiveness is simply by doing anti-aging trials. This way we can also gather data and see what actually works and what doesn't. And once again, I'm proud that in the beginning of the COVID and in the 2020, I was co-author of the first paper that used mesenchymal stem cells against COVID and how this is related to aging. Once again, we see that aging is the main risk factor for COVID, and mesenchymal stem cells are one of the prominent candidates for anti-aging treatment, especially to improve immunosenescence. So there was actually some good effect. Unfortunately, it didn't make any splash, any effect on a massive scale in terms of public health, but there is a promising direction, and there can be many more such directions by doing anti-aging intervention to improve also general infectious and non-infectious diseases. Here in Israel, the field of geroscience, the field of longevity medicine is booming, quite an excellent level. These are some of the examples. Once again, I don't have too much time. These are not my studies. These are mostly the studies of members of the advisory board, of the scientific advisory board of the Vetek Association. Very interesting, very promising developments, such as transplantation of young mitochondria, such as activating sirtuins to stabilize the genome, epigenetic rejuvenation, rejuvenation of the cardiovascular system by vegetative growth factors, many interesting directions. But once again, our goal is to move those researchers into the clinic, which also means developing consortia, also international consortia for actual testing in humans. Once again, this is a vast area for future development and collaboration. And of course, aging tech and fintech for aging is an indispensable part of the aging field, of longevity field. At Vetek Association, we don't focus on it. We focus on concrete biomedical interventions, basic interventions, but also translational studies. But still, this is a very important field, indispensable for addressing the aging issue. We cooperate. We expose this development on our platforms, such as the Longevity Industry in Israel platform that we built recently. But once again, that's not our main focus, but happy to support, happy to cooperate. And once again, nobody consulted the well-known lifestyle intervention measures like sufficient rest and sleep, moderate and balanced nutrition, life-affirming attitude, exercise. All these things are known. Unfortunately, they are not always practiced. We know that people are not always compliant, not always adherent to preventive health regimens, but still this should become a indispensable part of longevity education to explain what needs to be done and how this can be incorporated to daily life. But of course, this should not be seen as somehow antagonistic to advanced science, but as synergistic to advancing science and biomedical technology. And another important part of longevity education is simply motivation, simply the values. Why is it exactly that you want to live longer, that you want to live healthier? This is a very important part of the longevity field, the longevity ethics. Some people ask, why do you focus on longevity? Aren't there enough problems? For example, here's a war in Israel. Why do you focus on longevity still? And we argue that if you advance longevity, health longevity, as a proxy, we also advance other values, because longevity correlates pretty much with every value we have, the valuation of life and peace, intellectual activity, prosperity. So if we advance longevity, it is a good driver to drive all our values as a society. That's why longevity is a crucial point for human development. And that's also a part of our value system. Right now, we have quite a bit of crisis of meaning, crisis of value in the Western world. So longevity, the pursuit of health longevity, can provide meaning to many people, individually and as a society. That's also an important part of longevity education. And in economic terms, if you are able to develop effective anti-aging, effective health span improving means, that would mean huge savings for the healthcare, for the welfare system. There were calculations that for the United States, extension of 1 year of healthy life expectancy would mean billions of dollars of savings for the healthcare welfare. For a small country like Israel, probably for any Baltic country as well, that would be billions, still very significant for national economy. On the other hand, if we are not able to develop such treatments, we can expect a real decline in economy, even a collapse. We saw a small example during COVID, a disease which mainly affected older people, brought us basically to the brink of economic collapse, social collapse. Why? Because older people were vulnerable. It is just a small sign of things that can come if we are not able to develop effective health span improving interventions in time. But if we are able to develop them, then we can expect economic benefits and general human development. And you can ask, okay, show me the money. The money right now is in longevity startups, biomedical longevity startups. Right now, this field circulates billions of dollars already. There are companies like Altos, which had about $3 billion of investment. I can tell you, I started this advocacy about 22, 23 years ago. There was nothing. Nobody even talked about intervention to aging. There are some gerontological studies, but nowhere near development or the industrial scale. Now we have a massive longevity industry, and this industry can grow to trillions of dollars because everybody ages. So this can be relevant for anybody. So now may be good time to get into this field when it is still young. Here in Israel, we make an effort to support the longevity field in our country and also international collaboration. The Vetek Association does not have a specific scientific project that we advance. Specific labs, specific startups, they have specific projects. We want to help support the entire longevity ecosystem, which means improving communication between the stakeholders, improving regulation, improving policy, improving funding at the governmental level. That is our goal. That is our mission. But of course, we're also happy to promote specific projects, as part of the general ecosystem. For example, through a platform that we created and other means. And basically, everybody should be involved. This is a topic relevant for everybody, for the general public, for health insurance, life insurance, regulators. Everybody should be aware of the aging issue, of the importance of aging for population health, and of the urgent need to intervene into aging, to improve aging health, to extend healthy longevity. And how do we do this? If we are scientists, we do our science, we do our research and development. But even if we're regular people, if we're citizens, it is also important to promote the field. Like any social movement, you need to advocate, you need to educate people, you need to go to the government, explain the importance of the issue. That is all that we do in the frameworks of our organizations, which are both for research and advocacy, like Vetek Association, and now hopefully also the Longevity Alliance Baltic. The area of involvement can be vast. Individual studies, the leading healthy lifestyle, but most importantly, getting together with like-minded people, organizing, creating joint projects, creating joint movements. This is very important, and for that purpose, we need organizations like Longevity Alliance Baltic, like Vetek, like the International Longevity Alliance that now has exactly 50 non-profit associations in 35 countries, all exactly with the same purpose, to advance health and longevity research, development, and education. Some of them are more active, some less active, but it is generally very important to support such non-profit organizations that, once again, they provide the ecosystem, they provide the general motivation, the general public and political support for the longevity industry to flourish. And once again, I'm very grateful, very happy that also the Longevity Alliance Baltic started on this pathway. It started beginning of the year in Latvia, in Riga, when we all met and co-founded this organization. I'm very proud to be co-founder. Of course, I'm an Israeli. I have some Litvak roots, but I'm very Israeli, but I'm always happy to collaborate in this association. It started from the outset as an international collaboration. So I hope this organization will grow and involve more and more people. Everybody is welcome to join. We already have the means to become a member and participate in our discussion. You're welcome to visit the Longevity Baltics website. And I have to say the thanks to the co-organizers, to the co-founders, the core activists, to Ugis Kletnieks, to Gleb Sednish, to Elika Levskaya, to Marta Kobzevaite, to Amit Goldman, to Maria Koval, and everybody else, many other people who supported the initial steps. Hopefully, we can advance. Also, thanks to Irina Rubinchik, who is helping us here in Israel as well. Hopefully, this initiative will grow and will develop, not just for the Baltic region, but to catalyze international development. I have a few more minutes, just a few more examples from our advocacy. I've been active in the longevity advocacy for over 20 years. Some examples included signing the first longevity dividend petition together with Professor Olshansky in 2006, and the Longevity Month campaign that we organize in October every year for 13 years already. And this year it was really beautiful. We had actual demonstrations of people in about 12 countries in support of longevity research, development, and education. Of course, 7 years afterwards, the war started in Israel, so it's less possible for us to advance now. But you know, we're hopeful it will soon end, and then security will return, and we'll resume our activities in Israel as well. In March, we organized an international conference, the Longevity Nation, which involved international and national speakers, and we hope to renew this conference next year, not in March as we originally planned, but next year, and I will make the announcement, and everybody here is invited. Many people in this audience were present, and hope you enjoyed it. And what about the results? What's the result of all this activity? I'm very proud to say that there are actually some results. For example, in 2017, thanks to our joint advocacy campaign, WHO included aging into its work program. Can you imagine? Aging was a part of the WHO work program, and hundreds of people, hundreds of scientists and organizations wrote to the WHO and demanded that aging is included, and you can see it is included, and the head of the WHO aging division says WHO listened. So now aging is a part of the work program. It's still not enough, you know, they always need to be reminded. And as I mentioned, also thanks to our advocacy, not only ours, but also ours, aging is included into the ICD-11 system as a medical condition. Here in Israel, we advocated for it already since 2012. We wrote a petition to all the members of Knesset and requested that aging is included as a medical condition. And people said, okay, it's very important, aging is very important, but don't call aging a disease. We actually need some designation for aging to be treated as a medical condition. Don't call it a disease, as we say in Russian, don't even call it a pot, don't put it in the oven. So we need some designation to treat aging to prevent multiple age-related diseases. Also glad that's part of our advocacy. And here in Israel, we also advanced quite well. Back in 2019, there was issued by Knesset the national program for the preparation for the population aging, the National Master Plan for Aging, so-called, and we succeeded, our Vetek association succeeded to include aging as aging health, and specifically health and longevity research, development, and education as a part of this National Master Plan. As a result, there were issued some calls for research proposals in Israel specifically by the Ministry of Science, and also international, such as Pirags Aging, Britain-Israel Research and Academic Exchange on Aging, where I had the honor to write this call for proposals with exactly those emphasis on geroscience, on prevention, on treating aging, on preventing multiple age-related conditions. And hundreds of labs participated, submitted proposals, dozens received funding. Very proud of this project. And why I'm focusing on this? Because exactly the same way as we did it with the UK, between UK and Israel, we can do it between UK and Latvia, between Israel and Latvia, or between Israel and all the Baltic countries, or between any Baltic country and any European country, or any country in the world, because this is a topic which is relevant for everybody. But once again, we need to work for international collaboration to establish frameworks, calls for proposals, joint consortia. This is a huge area for future work for all of us. And I'm happy that also in this conference, we are able to promote this agenda, not just national development, but also international collaboration, because there is no end to this collaboration. The topic can be scaled to any dimension. This is a global issue that is urgent, that needs to be addressed. And I hope that thanks to all our efforts, we can all advance this topic, promote health and longevity research, development, and education for all our national and international benefit, and just for a personal benefit that we and our loved ones, our parents, our grandparents can benefit from health extending technologies as soon as possible. And with that, I thank you. And if there are any questions, if I have some time for questions, I'll be happy to answer.
So, hello everyone. So, my presentation, I will try to compress my presentation. And yeah, usually biochemistry and genetics is very boring. But you can see aging in 3 words. It looks like quite simple, but unfortunately, this picture looks like very complex. So, and the hallmarks of aging represent simplification of complex aging processes. Why is the hallmarks of aging? So we need a unified language and unified understanding of aging, and the hallmarks of aging serve as important guidelines for understanding underlying key biological processes of aging. And the final goal is identifying the pharmaceutical targets for developing how to say, hopeful interventions, and that can slow or reverse aging or delay, and of course prevent age-related diseases. So, but most interesting, of course, for most of the people is how to reverse aging. Yeah, there are a lot of drivers of aging, intrinsic drivers as genetics, epigenetics, microbiome, a lot of biochemical processes in our body, and of course extrinsic drivers, lifestyle choices and environment and diet and a lot of things what we can do so. I will try to skip a lot of slides because we are short of time. Yeah, the hallmarks of aging is bestseller in aging science and most cited article, and the first article was in 2013, and yeah, proposed by Lopez Otin, and the second very important article, 7 Pillars of Aging, proposed by Brian Kennedy. So aging is progressive decline of ability to repair damage, and the hallmarks of aging are the types of biochemical changes that occur in all organisms that experience biological aging and lead to progressive loss of physiological integrity, impaired function, and eventually death. So the hallmarks of aging is fulfilling 3 premises. So their age-associated manifestation, the acceleration of aging by experimentally accentuating them, and opportunity to decelerate, stop or reverse aging by therapeutical interventions on them. So the most important hallmarks is connected with DNA damage, and DNA damage has a central role in aging processes. Genomic instability is a phenomenon characterized by the accumulation of damage within the genome of the cells. Our cells are constantly exposed to various internal and external stressors that can lead to DNA damage. So yeah, there are a lot of alterations that can occur in DNA during the aging process. So then reactive oxygen species, replication errors can lead to the mutations, activation of transposable elements, terminally short telomeres. So, and the consequences are very bad. Mutations can lead to cancer, chronic DNA damage to cell death, cell senescence, and inflammation. So our cells have two types of DNA, nuclear DNA and mitochondrial DNA. So, and genome integrity and stability are threatened by exogenous factors, and but there are endogenous problems as well, so such as DNA replication errors, chromosome segregation defects, oxidative processes, and spontaneous hydrolytic reactions. So, and mutations accumulate most rapidly during the growth period when the cells divide intensively and massive replication errors occur. And even half of the mutations are accumulated during the life, early in the, when you are young, till you grow, during this growth period. So, what kind of problems, what kind of lesions occur in our genome? There are a lot of breaks. Double-strand DNA breaks is the most dangerous form of DNA damage, which can lead to the cancer. And but these lesions don't happen randomly, but at the specific sites in the genome during replication. So, and you can see here double-strand breaks in each cell per day, 8 till 10 times per day, but single-strand breaks more than 50,000 per day. And of course, it's question why we are still alive, because too much dangerous problems and then dangerous lesions. So, but we have DNA repair mechanisms, and to combat damage organisms, including ourselves, humans, have evolved in serious and DNA repair mechanisms. And you can see there are a lot of these DNA repair mechanisms. And one of the DNA double-strand break repair mechanisms is through the one gene, SIR2-in6. It's quite interesting gene because it's, this gene is found in centenarians. And some centenarian studies show that, these people who has more expression of this gene can reach more than 100 years. The activity of SID6 is stimulating double-strand repair recovery, double-strand break repair, and correlates with maximum lifespan in all rodent trials. So, and at the same time, this gene suppress jumping gene, line 1 transposon, and it's interesting because the secret of life could be genome repair activity. So, and there are studies and in mammals and in long-lived mammals, and then the bowhead whale can live more than 200 years. Elephant lives till 80 years, and then they have very interesting and more active DNA repair mechanisms than humans. Bowhead whale has one interesting molecule called induced RNA binding protein expressed in cold water, but it actually probably is not the same as human. This protein, if you are going to swim in the cold water, it's not the same, but similar. We are not sure about humans and efficacy to go to the swim in cold water. But in bowhead whale it's found, and elephant has additional 20 copies of one gene, P53, and it really helps to achieve longer life for these animals because they have a lot of cells, and if you have more cells, you have possibility to get more mutations, and from one side, mathematically more cancer risk. But there is a peto phenomenon, and you can see that very big animal, mammal, bowhead whale lives more than 200 years. So yeah, but it's not the main problem. Our body not only these DNA breaks, but we have mobile elements in our genome. It's really a big problem, and only 1% of our genome are our protein coding genes, and remaining 98.5 are introns or junk DNA, sometimes called junk DNA, and you can see here human genome. Yeah, and only one small part is protein coding genes. And a very large part is like viruses. You can see line, long interspersed nuclear elements, short interspersed nuclear elements, retrotransposons, and then they are all mobile elements or called jumping genes. Yeah, and they can change its position in the genome, and and jumping genes can jump from one place in chromosome to another in the same chromosome or to the neighbor chromosome. Yeah, and transposons, they are called transposons as well, yeah, because they are mobile, can generate a variety DNA rearrangements that have profound consequences for cell survival and its driver of evolution. So, yeah, and transposons may produce deletions, inversions, chromosomal fusions, and even more complicated rearrangements. And the problem is with genes, the transposons can activate genes and can silence genes. And imagine if one jumping gene jumps into the protein coding gene, for example, cancer suppressor gene P53 or BRCA, and you know that BRCA mutations in BRCA gene can induce breast cancer. Here is a very nice picture. You can see what jumping genes can do in corn. Here is one gene who codes the color, and jumping genes jump into the gene and then change the color of the corn. So, and we have transposons and retrotransposons, and the mechanism is DNA transposons can move by the cut and paste mechanism, maybe you know from computer, but retrotransposons can reproduce themselves by the copy and paste mechanism using one ferment, nuclear reverse transcriptase. And some evidence, there are some clinical evidence that really we have some medicine against retroviruses, as for example AIDS virus. Here is lamivudine, it's physicians know as drug against AIDS viruses. And then yeah, it can help in some cases in some neurodegenerative diseases. So we have mitochondrial DNA, and the problem is the damage to mitochondrial DNA is probably most harder than with nuclear DNA, because mitochondrial DNA don't have this DNA repair mechanism. Yeah, and a lack of protective histones in mitochondrial DNA, because mitochondrial DNA is circular DNA. It's totally different and don't have telomeres, for example. And very big problem is mitochondrial DNA leakage in the cells, in the cell cytoplasm, or imagine in the blood plasma, because it can bind to one very important signaling pathway, and this SIGA-STING, it's interferon signaling pathway, and it's really key, very strong mediator for inflammation, and and it can induce serious cell damage, cellular stress, tissue damage, and there are some new ideas, and then recently developed some antagonists for this pathway. Maybe will help in autoimmune and in a lot of degenerative diseases. So, and here is telomere attrition. So, the telomeres are longest at the birth and shorten with increasing age. And and with each cell division, the telomeres undergo gradual shortening process, and this occurs because the DNA polymerase, the enzyme responsible for replicating DNA, is unable to fully copy these non-coding regions of DNA, and as a result, telomeres progressively shorten with each replication cycle, and it can lead to DNA damage and cell death, cell senescence. One thing is good, it's the telomere shortening is a cancer suppressor, because in cancer cells the telomeres telomerase, ferment telomerase is very active, and there are a lot of promises. Some companies are selling some ingredients, natural ingredients, and until it will help to keep telomeres longer. There are gene therapy and some clinical evidence, but this telomerase gene therapy is available in some offshore clinics in Bahamas, for example. It's not very cheap, you can see. And the problem is the studies, most of studies are done on the mice, and clinical trials did not finish it, and then half of scientists are very sure that this kind of therapy can induce a cancer. So, epigenetic alterations. The information theory of aging claims that the loss of epigenetic information, especially changes in methylation patterns, is the main driver of the aging process. So you can see here, epigenetic mechanisms. DNA methylation is maybe most known and not the most important, but the well-studied mechanism. Histone modification, chromatin remodeling, and during their life, the methylation patterns in the DNA changes, and when you are young there are hypermethylation, when you are old there is hypomethylation, and all the time this methylation patterns changes, and epigenomic drift is a mechanism of aging. Cellular responses to double-strand breaks erode the epigenetic landscape. You can see epigenetic landscape, it changes, and the loss of epigenetic information accelerates all hallmarks of aging. But these changes are reversible by epigenetic reprogramming. By manipulating the epigenome, aging can be driven forward and backward. And it's very important and very promising. So everybody knows these biological age clocks. These age clocks are based on these DNA methylation patterns. There are a lot of them. But about cellular reprogramming, because it's most promising strategy, anti-aging or longevity strategy, and a lot of immortalists think that due to this strategy you can achieve immortality. Cellular reprogramming toward pluripotency is available, and then and we can reprogram these somatic cells, for example, old skin cell, to the embryonic pluripotent cell. Usually, scientists use induced pluripotent cells, induced pluripotent stem cells. Yeah, and there are 4 transcription factors. Usually they are called by Yamanaka. Yamanaka and Gordon find these factors, transcription factors, and win the Nobel Prize. And yeah, they are very active, these transcription factors, especially in embryonic stage. Imagine if the mother is 40 years old or 45 years, father is 70 years, how old is the gamete? And later the child. And then there is there in the early embryonic development stage, there occurs the reset of epigenetic information, and the result is this reprogramming rejuvenate DNA damages, resets the epigenome and transcriptome to the younger state. So, and yeah, and everybody know David Sinclair, and his idea is that our bodies hold a backup copy of use that can be triggered to regenerate. Yeah, and there are already a lot of science done, and a lot of applications, and a lot of companies are trying to rejuvenate the cells, but of course it's in this moment we scientists can't rejuvenate the whole organ because it's millions of billions of cells. Of course, one or some cells it's possible, and the big problem is imagine if you make one stem cell without identity and then put them in somewhere in the body, and then this cell don't know, and then usually can happen some bad things. For example, some oncology problems, teratomes. It's oncology problems because teratomes has one cell is from skin, one is from teeth, one is from, for example, hair cell. A combination, lot of cells. So, but the good news in this moment there we can. There are a lot of longevity interventions to this epigenetic mechanism, and then lot of pharmacological, some medicine, already known medicine can reduce epigenetic age, a lot of environmental factors, calorie restriction, microbiome, etc. can reduce epigenetic age. So we have a lot of hallmarks. So, and then yeah, I will skip a lot of information, but yeah, loss of proteostasis. Yeah, maybe you know these neurodegenerative diseases with alpha-synuclein, beta amyloid. Yeah, these misfolded proteins aggregate in the cells, and then the result is diseases. So disabled macroautophagy, for example, damaged mitochondria usually is evacuated through this macroautophagy. Deregulated nutrient sensing. Our colleague Svjatoslav will tell about this hallmark. Mitochondrial dysfunction, Yeah, and I will a little bit stop at cellular senescence. Senescence cells can arise through the lifespan and, if persistent, can have deleterious effects on tissue function due to the many inflammatory cytokines that they secrete. It's named senescence secretory associated phenotype. And you can see senescent cell accumulation in all chronic diseases, osteoporosis, arthritis, all neurodegenerative diseases, sarcopenia, frailty, practically in all age-associated diseases, there are accumulation of senescent cells. Yeah, there are pharmaceutical interventions, and then there are senolytics and xenomorphics. Senolytics can induce apoptosis in these senescent cells. Xenomorphics can reduce this inflammation cytokine secretion from senescent cells. So already there are going a lot of clinical studies, and yeah, you can see here, and then a lot of studies are going on in this moment, and there are new ideas and really new molecules and quite promising senolytics. Stem cell exhaustion, altered intracellular communication, chronic inflammation, dysbiosis. There are, and some articles shows that there are 14 hallmarks of aging. Yeah, but here is how to say, basic information, and all information you can find in scientific articles. So, but there is one interesting thing. There are connection between aging and cancer. It's quite important, and genomic instability could lead to the cancer, epigenetic alterations, chronic inflammation, dysbiosis, and they are common hallmarks with aging and cancers. They share the same hallmarks. And telomere attrition and stem cell exhaustion can, they are antagonistic, they can stop cancer. Cell senescence, if there are damage in DNA damage, the cell goes in this senescent state, and also it's a mechanism against cancer, how to reduce the possibility to rise a cancer. But from another side, this senescence associated secretory phenotype can induce the cancer. So, okay, thank you for the attention.
So thank you, Roland, for this kind introduction, and I'm very happy to be among you in this very auspicious day when we are organizing the first Baltic conference on longevity. And my topic is much more easy as the topic of Ugis. It's about hypothalamus, and as a professor of endocrinology, I'm teaching every year students about the endocrine system, and this is the typical textbook picture from the Leninger Principles of Biochemistry, and you see that the main dogma in the endocrine regulation is that the hypothalamus is regulating the most of hormonal axis. And my topic today is to show you that it's far from simple, and the the common knowledge about hypothalamus is rapidly changing, and how it deals with the aging from, let's say, from the command center, not from the cellular level, as you heard before. Yeah, this is the another example of student knowledge, how the hypothalamus pituitary adrenal axis is regulating, and finally we have a stress response in terms of cortisol secretion from the adrenal cortex. And cortisol is negatively inhibiting the production of hypothalamic hormones and pituitary hormones. That is the classical view on endocrine axis. But in fact, and this is the picture from the Journal of Cells, recent issue, you see that the reality is becoming much more complicated, and we have, instead of few endocrine axes, a lot of axes, and not all axes are going through pituitary. Many of them are directly regulating the vital functions of the human body. And I don't have time to go through all systems, but Svjatoslavs, one of my best students, will tell you more about the energy regulation and how the hormones are regulating our metabolism and how we can influence the aging of the energy regulating system, for example. But you have a glimpse on this slide how many actors of the endocrine system are involved in this process, or these processes. Ugis has sent me this picture. I think it was months ago. And coincidentally, one of the leading research journals, Science, devoted one of the issue to hypothalamus. And on the right column, you see the conclusions from what you have to remember from this lecture. First of all, hypothalamus is a small but mighty organ, and the main functions which hypothalamus is regulating is actually first of all, to ensure that the survival of the organism under constantly changing circumstances. So, and of course, if you think about aging and longevity, it's probably is the most important thing, to live long and happy and die young. Then regulating of the homeostasis of the neuroendocrine, limbic, and autonomic nervous system. So that means that hypothalamus is the interface between other regulatory systems, including our emotional regulation, as where the limbic system is involved, and all autonomic reactions which we have in the periphery. So about the structure of hypothalamus, and I will devote the next slides. What is recently noun discovered about the quite
ten, kur apačioje parduoda visokius meno dalykus, o virš, čia užupio. Ten, kur mes tada nepatekome? Kur nėjome?
Okay, this is not a question.
Kur meno skersgatvė? Tai ten, va, tu jūs užėjote, ne? Tai nemokamai moksleivo, ne? Tai fainai. Taip, aš čia.
Okay, then I will switch to English. So that is the current understanding of the complexity of hypothalamus, and you see that hypothalamic nuclei or nuclei are pair organs. In the middle, you see the ventriculus or ventricle of the fourth ventricle of the brain, and another thing you have to remember from this picture is that those researchers, anatomists and morphologists, which gave the names to the hypothalamic nuclei, they didn't have any understanding whatever about the function of them. So therefore, it's quite strange that those names of the nuclei are quite, not relevant because they are just anatomical location of the nuclei, not the function, not the understanding what they are doing. So we have a very complex environment where the nuclei are named after their location, not from about their function. However, recently we know quite a lot about the function of those nuclei, and on the right you see what actually the names of those nuclei should be. So they are, the nuclei are regulating the stress response, food intake, energy expenditure, stress response, collective memory, feeding, reward system, energy balance, glucose metabolism, energy balance, thermoregulation, feeding, growth hormone release, food intake, body weight, regulation of blood pressure. On the other hand, from the hormonal point of view, all those nuclei are able to secrete a lot of different, also strange hormones or neuropeptides, more precisely. And also they have quite irrelevant names, as you see, agouti-related peptide, vasopressin, calcitonin, gene-related peptide, etc. So finally, what is then the influence of hypothalamus aging on the general aging as a disease? We heard from Ilia. We have to understand that aging is not something concomitant to other chronic diseases. It's a disease process itself. Unfortunately, it's a genetically programmed process, and therefore we need to reprogram it if we want to live longer and healthier. But let's start. What is the contribution of hypothalamus? How we can live longer and healthier? So if we are treating hypothalamus correctly, and if hypothalamus is healthy, then the body composition, including the abdominal adiposity and the lean muscle mass should be on the same level as in the young people. If hypothalamus is healthy, then the basal metabolic rate and total energy expenditure is perfectly regulated, and there is no or low risk of type 2 diabetes. Then also that the body temperature regulation should be perfect, and as you know, elderly have two types of risks in extreme temperature regulation conditions. One is, for example, in the winter time, as now in Latvia, but another is in the hot summer time when dehydration is happening and many elderly people are dying from the overheating and dehydration, as you know. Also, they are more vulnerable because of sick hypothalamus during the hyperthermia caused by sickness like COVID-19, for example. And I saw many patients who are just not able to cope with high body temperature, and they are getting exhausted and deregulated and get different inflammation and thrombotic processes. And last but not least, the circadian rhythm is not anymore properly regulated in the elderly, and the sleep and wake cycles and as a result also regeneration during the healthy sleep is deteriorated in elderly. There are many papers describing all those processes in detail. For example, the Alzheimer's disease is also connected to the sick hypothalamus and sleep disturbance and etc. because of amyloid deposition in hypothalamic cells, especially in suprachiasmatic nucleus. You see how difficult it is even to pronounce those names of hypothalamic nuclei. Yeah, caloric restriction, and the next presentation will be more in detail about it. But caloric restriction also keeps the hypothalamus in the right healthy regulation cycle. And another easy to understand way is that also growth hormone releasing factor, GlycanAge, is the secretion is deteriorated from the hypothalamus, and that leads to impaired rejuvenation in all body cells. I will skip this slide and turn to the physiology of hypothalamus, and obviously, rat models are the models which are used in the hypothalamus research. Recently, also single-cell research methods are replacing animal studies, but it's still in the beginning. So, what is interesting in this slide, you recognized in the colored parts of the human brain on the left and the rat brain on the right, that both brains contain both the same hypothalamic and limbic structures. And therefore, it's a highly conservated part of the brain. And if you look at the brain evolution, then we have a long history of the development of human brain in the lowest part of the slide. And we have similarities to the fish, frog, lizard, bird, cat, also other mammal brains. But if you look at the distance, evolutional time distance between our common ancestors, for example, for the fish, it's more than 400 million years, and we had common ancestors. For frogs, approximately 350 million years. For lizards and birds, which have the same ancestry, we have also 300 million years of common ancestry, and for cat, it's the most recent. It's only 80 million years. But what is similar in those brain structures are the hypothalamic command centers. Those are almost the same. You can find the same nuclei. You can find neuropeptides which are similar. Despite that the whole brain has changed dramatically, especially the hemispheres in mammals, as you see in humans and cats. Well, if time still allows, I will go through 10 or 11 hypothalamic nuclei and what is their influence on aging. We have paraventricular and supraoptic nuclei in human hypothalamus, which are doing the same job, keeping the fluid balance and lactation in women, and also the delivery or parturition in women. So the hormones which are regulating those are arginine, vasopressin, and oxytocin. The oxytocin is not only for delivery and lactation, but also for social behavior, very important. So with the aging, if the hypothalamus is not functioning properly, the fluid balance regulation is disturbed, as I already mentioned in elderly, but also the social behavior because of the disappropriate secretion of the oxytocin is disturbed. So you see those nuclei in yellow in this schematic representation of the rat brain. Then 3 nuclei are regulating the thermoregulation, sexual behavior. And those are preoptic, anterior, and posterior nuclei. So you see them in this rat brain picture. Thermoregulation. The sick hypothalamus leads to reduced sweating ability and reduced shivering potential in the cold environment, which both contribute to the age-related disease, let's say so. And aging leads to reduced neural responses, loss of active muscle mass, increased body fat, reduced heart output, that skin and blood vessels are becoming stiff and less flexible and less elastic. So suprachiasmatic nucleus is responsible for the regulation of biological rhythms. And day and night cycles and sleeping cycles and appetite, etc. So this is a single nuclei as a pair organ in the bottom of hypothalamus. Then dorsomedial is connected to the regulation of emotions, which is the prerogative of the limbic system, especially the spontaneous rage and antipathies. So this is the dorsomedial nucleus. Mammillary is also connected to the emotion and but also short-term memory regulation. And aging is very much as a disease characterized by decrease in short-term memory. And you probably, those of you who are in my age, know that phenomenon very well. So those are the nuclei which are responsible for that. So ventromedial arcuate and lateral complex are responsible for the energy metabolism, namely for the appetite, body weight, insulin secretion regulation, and feeding. So quite a big part of hypothalamus is actually fine-tuning our appetite and satiety processes. And needless to say that with the age, people lost this fine-tuning ability, and they are becoming, in some cases, obese, and in some cases, cachectic. That means with loss of body mass and loss of appetite. Finally, we desperately need a modern approach to the healing of the sick hypothalamus. And believe me, the modern lifestyle and urban environment, and especially the digital world in which we are living is leading to the constant dysregulation of the normal hypothalamic regulations, systems. And what people are doing, because we don't have a proper treatment for that, they are using so-called recreational drugs, which are directly affecting hypothalamic cells and the whole regulation systems. The simplest is the ethanol or alcohol use to manage the stress and depression, which is, especially in Latvia, a very favorite kind of recreational drug, which leads to a major social and health issues. Then the cigarette smoking, the nicotine use is another common way how we are trying as a population to deal with this sick hypothalamus problem. And increasingly, people are using either amphetamine-related medication or cannabinoids, or even opioids, etc., to control what they are not able to control. And in most of the cases, it leads to even more pronounced problems and hypothalamic deficiency as before the use. Yeah, what is the sure but difficult is really to understand this and return, or even or at least try to return to the healthy environment, healthy life cycle, healthy social behavior, healthy food intake, healthy sleep, healthy sexual life, etc. That is keeping our regeneration of the hypothalamus and the whole body in the right way. But it's not easy, and we still hope that there will be some also alternative ways how we can treat hypothalamus and to ensure that we are dying young and healthy. Thank you so much for your attention.
Hello, everyone. Dr. Lapoti, it's a pleasure that you moderate this section. It's really inspiring, and I hope that we'll continue in a similar manner. And I will continue Professor Pirags' direction. I'm also endocrinologist. I'm just sorry, we need just to take the new presentation because the previous one didn't have proper slides, but yeah. But I will continue the topic of endocrinology. Professor Pirags mentioned the most advanced neuroendocrinology system, while I will go to the ancient one, to the digestive system and the endocrinology of the digestion, especially if we talk about the nutrients. If we speak about the system, the most important aspect in the living organisms is how we provide resources in our body and how we properly distributed them. Because without this ability, each system will collapse. That's why we need to understand how exactly the metabolic process occurs within our body and how it's regulated via endocrinology pathway. So endocrinology, what is endocrinology? Endocrinology is the science about the signaling in our body. We are providing the balancing of our body within the imbalances. For instance, if we talk about digestion, it's our imbalance, it's a stress for our body. We need to redistribute our nutrients in our body. That's why there are some hormones that regulate it. But before I proceed into the field of aging, it's quite crucial to take a look on this graph. You can see that there are the 3 phases in our life cycle. The first phase is growth phase or maturity phase, which predominantly is regulated via anabolic processes. To understand it in a more vulgaric perspective, catabolic and anabolic means to destruct, and anabolic to create, to build. So at the beginning of our life, we build our body. That's why we grow and mature. Within the second phase, there is a maintenance between 2 processes, catabolic and anabolic. So it means that there is processes that are related to the growth, and there is processes that are related to the destruction. While at the third phase, where we observe the age-related processes, we see the growth of catabolic processes instead of anabolic processes. And it's quite crucial because if we take a look on patients, geriatric patients, they have sarcopenia, which means that there is a muscle weight loss, or there is osteopenia or osteoporosis, so it means the reduction of the bone. So technically, patients who have this age-related process and also neuroendocrine process of aging, there's a dysregulation between catabolism and anabolism, catabolic and anabolic reaction. From this slide, we can hypothesize that to reverse aging or to stop the aging, we need to aggravate anabolic processes and to decrease catabolic processes. But it's not so easy as it looks like, because the problem is that not the decrease of anabolic reaction occurs, but decrease of proper anabolic reaction occurs. If you take a look on several impaired anabolic processes, they are obesity and, of course, cancer. And if we take a look on a cancer patient, it has an impaired anabolic reaction, which promotes catabolic reaction, and then the 4th stage of the cancer spread, you see a cachectic patient with the severe catabolic reactions. So I sincerely admire to take a look on this wonderful publication, which was published by Professor Gladyshev. He wonderfully discussed about the proper understanding of anabolic and catabolic reaction in our processes. But here is an example of 2 extreme poles of these processes. So from the left, you see the extreme anabolic reaction, malnutrition, cachexia. Yes, while on the right side, you see an improper anabolic reaction. So technically, what we see here is that we can't just increase anabolic process in our body. It's not the good approach, because what we will see is that there can be an overlap between 2 processes. So from the right side, there is in this slide you see catabolic processes like osteopenia, osteoporosis, or sarcopenia, and from the left side there is an obesity, so improper anabolic reaction. And here is even like overlap syndrome, like sarcopenic obesity. And what is crucial, so in this section we see that we need to understand how to properly use our knowledge to impact properly our anabolic and catabolic processes. Why I'm saying so? Because if we're talking about catabolic processes, I previously mentioned about sarcopenia, I mentioned about osteoporosis. I also think that neurodegenerative disease are also correlated with these catabolic processes. So improper anabolic processes will lie within the metabolic syndrome. So it also fat liver disease, yes, metabolic associated disease. There could be also cardiovascular diseases, which includes also atherosclerosis, and also cancer. So is it a catch-22? What is the proper treatment? Because if we take a look at a previous presentation that was discussed by Professor Pirags, there was one interesting study about mice and about how we can knock out growth hormone in such mice. So technically, what does it mean? It means that if we reduce anabolic processes in our body, we can expand longevity. So what truly happens in our body? Where exactly we need to target? Is it a proper anabolic process, or we need to decrease the anabolic process in our body? Because there is new medications that are strongly investigated within the knockout of growth hormones that are strongly related with the insulin growth factor. But before we proceed to this question, it's worth mentioning that each system has cycles. Within the cycles, we see that there is a regenerative process, so it is an initiation phase and there is a final phase. For instance, I will take a look on 5 or 4 major cycles in our hormonal cycles, I would say, that regulates within our body. And the most crucial, that is the topic of this discussion, is nutritional cycle or dietary cycle. But of course, there is a rest and exercise cycle, sleep-wake, like circadian rhythm, and menstrual cycle as well. So let's take a look on the nutrition. Of course, like the primitive topic, like we have proteins, carbohydrates, and fats in our food. But how we can properly use them to continue our journey in this world? So technically, there is a wonderful publication that was published in Cell discussing about the nutrition and discussing about what is the proper diet we can use in a daily life. You can see that there is on the picture above, yeah, you see pro-longevity diet, while at the picture below you see that there is some ingredients that are strongly related to aging. And what we see that, first of all, what scientists conclude within this review article is that, first of all, there must be 60% of carbohydrates, 25% of fats, and approximately 15% of protein. So it's low protein diet, not the high one. And as you can see at the picture below, there is like animal fat, sugar, and protein. Animal protein are correlated with the promoting aging, not the longevity, but aging. Yes. Why it's so? In case of proteins, I would say we will a little bit speculate today, because it's not so robust as it looks like. Of course, if you take a look on the animal proteins and on the fat proteins or sugar, yes, they are strongly related to cancerogenic effects. And that's why there is 2, at least, examples of food plate, food dish, yes, where you can see, like in classical one, 25% of protein, 25% of carbohydrates from the whole grain, and half of the plate there is vegetables. There is also a Mediterranean one, where we can see an olive oil as one of the major part of the diet, the whole grain nuts. So there's a variety of ideas how to live longer. Why exactly Mediterranean? First of all, it has a wonderful effect on the lipid metabolism. The second, it's correlated with the centenarians in Italy, etc. But, okay, this is the background. We see that there is a 60% of carbohydrates, 25% of fats, and 15% of proteins. Within this section, we also discuss a little bit later about the high protein diet, because there's a huge speculation in between low protein diet, high protein diet, low carbohydrate diet, high carbohydrate diet, and we will take a look on this. We'll discuss it and we will see what will happen. Because from the previous example here, one of the crucial factors why exactly the low protein diet, not the high protein diet, is so crucial, because it promotes insulin growth factor, and the idea is that insulin growth factor promotes insulin resistance. But I will show you the data that strongly provide opposite idea. But we will discuss it a little bit later. So before we proceed, I mentioned that the food and digestion system. If we eat something, if we nourish ourselves, we provide a stress to our body. And we need to regulate it, because if there is no regulation, there will be a problem in our body. And insulin, as a hormone, is one crucial one that provides a redistribution of nutrients in our body. And I will discuss exactly this hormone in details, because it's so crucial for us, because a lot of medication that are currently we investigate within clinical trials or preclinical trials are strongly related with this insulin cascade, hormone cascade. So let's continue to the insulin, and most probably we understand that not only the idea of proper nutrition is crucial, but also time management. So we need to understand how exactly hormone works, when, and what is the proper intervention, time intervention. If you take a look on this graph, you see that carbohydrates promote the most extensive release of insulin, while protein and fats also promote them, but not in the same manner. Why it's so crucial? If we take a look on insulin as a signal, while insulin receptor is an output process, so technically it's the thing that must be switched on, yes, by the hormone. So the higher is insulin, the higher probability that receptor will be downregulated. So it will be resistant to the high amount of the hormone. It's our physiology. And as you can see that in our modern society, in Western diet, the crucial one is carbohydrates, yes, and fast absorbing carbohydrates that go in our body, promoting metabolic syndrome. And this is one of the crucial one, because if there is a lot of carbohydrates, I mean the fast one, not the slowest one, the fast one, like burgers, like French fries, etc. So this promotes a high stimulation of insulin, which promotes other side effects like accumulation of fats, proteins, etc. In this slide, you also can see that there is an exercise impact and there is an overnight fasting. We will talk about this in details, but here you can see the approach, how exactly we need to lower insulin in our body in order to provide a healthy longevity. Here is an explanation that proteins, fats, and carbohydrates are degenerated to the glucose, fatty acids, and amino acids, which afterwards by insulin will be stored in our body. Why it's so crucial? Because if we take a look on the signal pathway in a vulgaric manner, let's present it here. I've taken it from the YouTube channel, but the idea is that insulin activates receptor, and the receptor activation of receptor promotes activation of GLUT4 channels, or as well as amino acids transporters that are correlated with the system. But it's not the easiest way to understand that, and this is the not the vulgaric, but much advanced explanation of what happens in our cell. And I do not know, do you see the information? But what is the crucial one? The crucial one that there is some pathway proteins like mTOR or IMPK that are strongly related with the current existing not the senolytics, I'm sorry, geroprotectors. Yes. While this side, not only in the insulin, I will speculate regarding insulin, but in case of tyrosine kinase and phosphoinositol-free kinase, there is antisenolytic drugs that also work in the same direction. So we see that these pathways, which are related to the anabolic response, have the potential to be studied. Why I'm also mentioned azatinib, it's the medication that currently is used in the chronic myeloid leukemia due to its options to inhibit tyrosine kinase. But it also promotes hyperglycemia and also promotes hypoglycemia. So there can be speculation regarding, is it proper to use it also in the case of insulin, the activation of insulin receptor as well. So insulin sensitivity, what does it mean? Insulin sensitivity means if we have a low input, we have a wonderful output. Our body wonderfully responds. While in case of insulin resistance, there is a high amount of insulin, which doesn't work properly. It switches off the signaling. And that's why there is we see the closed loop reaction, like feedback. But the insulin sensitivity is not a constant measurement in our body. Of course, there is a physiological, because it can be impacted by menstrual cycle and also circadian rhythm. And deviation from these cycles may promote insulin resistance in pathological manner. Of course, it's quite crucial to see also the pathological one. In case of diabetes mellitus, acromegaly, which is strongly related with the IGF and growth hormone, Cushing syndrome with the glucocorticoids. It's also worth mentioning polycystic ovarian syndrome. It's also crucial to understand and be ready to use the knowledge about nutrition in this field as well. And what about aging? Aging is also related to the insulin resistance. While if you take a look on centenarians, there is quite interesting insight that such population has a wonderful sensitivity to insulin. So as you can understand and you can see that there is an interesting correlation between this anabolic hormone. So the proper stimulation of anabolism in our process is the crucial one. Here is an example of a lot of information. I won't go to in detail, but here is an example of patient with type 1 diabetes where there is no insulin in the system, and those patients need to infuse insulin into the body. And they've seen that within the luteal phase of the menstrual cycle, there is a decrease of insulin sensitivity, which means that progesterone may cause impairment in insulin sensitivity. I was also recently in a World Sleep Congress where there was also speculation about the circadian rhythm or diurnal rhythm and the arrangement of two major hormones, melatonin and cortisol. And if there is a deviation in such rhythm, we see that such patient can have insulin resistance in a more higher probability. Is it because of melatonin or cortisol? Is still scientists still speculate, try to figure it out, because someone say that melatonin increases insulin resistance, and that's why we need to have this intermittent fasting because of the sleep and because of this insulin resistance within our period of night, so overnight. But still, it's the matter of discussion. So, and now I will take a little bit about principles, what we need to take into account when we want to live at least proper lifestyle. First of all, we need to be aware that where exactly there is a high glycemic index. The idea is we need to have insulin to be sensitive in our body. That's why we need to understand, first of all, there is a high glycemic index in the food, and there is also slow and fast carbs, which also we need to understand, because if we take a look on longevity diets, yes, there are 60% of carbohydrates, but there must be low one, like slow carbs. Here we also can see that the fast carbs can produce the dopamine release, and that's how we will see what happens in our body as an addiction. And what about intermittent fasting? There are several approaches how to manage and how to tackle it. There is traditional free meals within 12 hours. There can be 2, there can be even 1. We can skip. And that's how we go to calorie restriction. You can take a look that there is a calorie restriction or dietary restriction may provoke increase of IMPK and decrease of mTOR, which is, as we previously mentioned, one of the targets of geroprotection. One of the crucial things that we currently work on with Professor Pirags is the circulation of insulin and glucagon. So technically, if we eat, there is one hormone. If we do not eat and we fast, there is the second one hormone. And the second hormone is glucagon. It's specially released to maintain our body with the nutrients from our inner resources. It's crucial in the during the exercises, but what we have found interesting, and we now currently submitted a paper, is that within the high protein diet, there are two hormones that are secreted, insulin and glucagon. And why it's so crucial? Because if we'll take a look on the publication that was published with our sincere colleague from Charité, Professor Pfeiffer, he studied high protein diets. And as you can see, despite the fact that low protein diet reduce the probability of insulin resistance, this data shows the opposite. So this data shows that high protein diet improves fat liver disease, yes, and insulin sensitivity, which is the crucial one. The same happens in the second one. They compared high protein diet with the Mediterranean one. Within this publication, there are also speculative, so they do not know exactly how to provide a proper consensus regarding this high protein diet. So technically, what I would like to mention within this conference and within this lecture is that we need to understand that there is special phenotypes of body constitution, and there is a phenotype of diseases that we need to tackle before we promote and provide a proper longevity diet. Within our scientific projects, within our government state funding supported project, we currently also investigate this, because what was interesting is that when we looked at the literature, we found that if we see the expression of insulin and we see the expression of glucagon, there is no changes in energy expenditure. So they do not work as an antagonist, they work synergistically. And my final remarks will be related to the current existing approaches, medications in the field of insulin sensitivity, which are quite crucial, or in the diabetes treatment that can be also used in the other diseases that are strongly related to the age-related disease. So metformin is quite tricky medication. I think that Professor Barzilai will talk about it a little bit in detail, but most crucial is that it tackles a lot of signal pathways. It tackles mTOR, it tackles MABK, it tackles a huge amount. It tackles even microbiome. And we also see that metformin has some data in case of heart failure. So there is some meta-analysis showing that there is a reduction of mortality if patient receives metformin, if patient has this heart failure. But specifically, I guess, I mean, this was preserved with preserved fraction. We also have some studies in the field of metformin. We also continue to work to reduce side effects by using supplementation therapy with Professor Pirags. In case of rapamycin, it's quite interesting that at the beginning of our journey in this life, rapamycin will block the growth of the patient, but at the end, like at the middle and the end, rapamycin will stop the aging processes, which is quite crucial, as we mentioned before. So there's tremendous studies. What is also crucial is to mention about GLP-1 receptor agonist and SGLT1, because there is also some studies that can show the efficacy in prolonging aging. Prolonging healthy longevity, because it reduces many side effects of such a disease. In case of, for instance, GLP-1, it increases blood vessels, yes, via endothelial synthase. Yes, so technically there's a huge amount of studies, but here is an example why there are some problems with the medication when we use it prolongedly without any regimen or time management. If we infuse it within months, after there is a withdrawal, and in this example, if we reduce body weight, because this GLP-1 is the most famous now drug, produced by Novo Nordisk, which it's quite good. Yes, it's really reduced body weight. But if we withdraw the medication, what happens? There is an increase of body weight. So the time management is very crucial. And my last remarks is that SGLT is also a medication that combines a lot of metabolic and other aspects of our life, and their combination now it's quite interestingly investigated. And why I mention them, because GLP-1 promotes insulin secretion, while SGLT promotes glucagon secretion. It's worth to discuss this and to speculate. So in concluding remarks is that, of course, we need to be conscious, because Professor Pirags mentioned that there's a problem with that, because we see that the advertisement is still not good enough to promote healthy longevity. It promotes a little bit different. So let's take a look on ourselves and be also good for our health literacy. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be here and to see all of you here in present. And I'm one of the founding members of the Baltic Longevity Alliance, so I'm very happy that we made it happen. And my talk is going to be a little bit less scientific. We've had so much interesting, valuable science. I have a lot of experience creating longevity clinics and actually doing that from scratch, from A to B, looking at what client needs, what problems we're facing, what makes a longevity clinic, what is the difference? So my background is I'm a GP by my background, and I have a business degree, so I always wanted to glue things together. And funny enough, people would call me glue quite often. And currently I am helping Swiss-based company building a concept for their longevity project. I was in my early career as a GP, I was so disappointed that people would come to me with the problems that could have been avoided. They should have been avoided. And that's about prevention, because we're not doing that. And so I started to see where else can I go to study, what else can we do. And that led me to London, where I helped build a longevity clinic, and then started consulting investors and family offices in terms of, as well, longevity and doing due diligence for them. So that's a bit about myself. And then something I want to show you, which is very interesting. It took 4 million years to produce an 11-year life expectancy increase from 20 to 31. And it took only 115 years to produce 40-year increase. And so we are living in a very fast-paced scientific environment. And I am exposed to clients in the clinics I work with that are very knowledgeable. They have the means, they want the latest, and the best. So you're constantly trying to link everything together and obviously do it in a very safe way, not experimenting with the clients, but just bringing them, the best. And obviously, I'm sure we've all heard about epigenetics, that it's all in our hands. Environment, our behavioral things, we can control our genes, and longevity clinic is basically about that. It lies on the basis of the concept that we need to make sure that we find a way to control the genes that we can control. When we speak about longevity clinics, it's longevity clinic and the client that basically comprises two main things, right? And the vision, as I like to say, is not treating, but enhancing. We are creating an experience in the clinic. Forget white walls. Usually, we're not doing that. In London, we have black walls and green ornaments. In Switzerland, we have, some other concept. It's really different. So there is no one answer, but from my experience, it should not look as a usual white clinic. And at the forefront of longevity science is creating a transformative care. It's helping person to find his flourishing and fulfilling life. Because you can, take one road or take another road. And both roads will lead you to the same point. But one road is going to be bumpy, not comfortable, maybe cold. Our job is help you find that nice longevity way to enhance your life. When you wake up in the morning, how do you feel? Do you feel rested? Do you feel tired? Like, oh, another day I have to face, or I'm going to kick this day, So that's what we want to do with longevity clinics, to enhance life, the way we experience life. And I also wrote that it's very important creating a team that is able to adapt to changes quickly. From my experience, I've seen so many interesting and difficult as well clients that come to longevity, because it's something new. So people who are, CEOs, busy mothers, busy people, they don't have time. They need it now, they need the best, and they want you to adapt. And so we would send supplements to different places in the world. We would send blood supplements to US, to Swiss, whatever we need, really. So the team has to really adapt quite quickly. And then there are difficult clients that are never happy. So you always need to find a way, because there is a way to make them happy as well. And so that is the portrait of the client. It can be very, very different. And one of things I do is trying to create this client journey that is smooth, because the client should not see anything that is behind the doors. Since he comes through the door in the clinic, I'm going to talk a little bit about it, until he gets the results and until there's a turnaround. Because you want to keep the client in the cycle, of course. Communication, extremely important. So many things we've dealt, adverse events, clients not happy, everything happens because we are doing new thing in longevity. So you have to really communicate with the clients and ensure that you have the best means and not leave them like, okay, this is your test results, we've done the interpretation, that's basically it. No, it's not it. It's just the start. So, yes, as I've said, surroundings and the premises. I would suggest we forget white walls and, or just try to make it more home-like. Because when people feel safe in the environment, they will tell you so much information that not even great tests can sometimes tell that. And laboratories, it's incredibly difficult to choose who to work with. I'm currently searching for the new tests, new labs, new opportunities where we can do it, because I'm facing that clients are very knowledgeable. If you stay put in one point, they will read all about it and they will come and ask you, why are you not doing this or that? That's why events like this and Baltic Longevity Alliance, it has a crucial role bringing us all together, sharing knowledge, and bringing the best to the client, obviously. Global network of doctors. So I'm a chief partnership officer in the Swiss company. And it's a very important role because you have to be international. We all have to, right? A lot of scientists travel, we all travel, we see what happens in the US, what happens in Switzerland, what happens in London, and that is a very important part. That's why I actually love my job, because I get to do that. And usually people are very interesting in this area. I just love it. International prescriptions, by the way, international shipments. That's another thing that I think needs a bit of more attention, because we face lots of difficulties arranging different prescriptions, sending supplements in the right way. For example, in London, we have lots of Arabic people, people from Saudi. It's really a lot in doing that shipment and doing it right and on time. And then, of course, we're working with wearables, but we're not selling them. So as I've put here, clinic is not a shop, but a mediator. So we help arrange, for example, for sleep tracking, we can use Swoop, we can use Oura Rings, Apple Watch, and there are protocols that we're working on to create outcomes. You know, if this happens with your sleep, your REM, your, you know, any difficulties you're facing with your sleep, there are protocols that we're working on that, okay, this is what you should do, this is the supplements you should take, etc. So it's constantly working on the protocols that work the best and adapting. And this is just an old school. I'm trying not to do that in the clinic I'm practicing in. And the latest statistics was saying that you know, billions are lost in adverse reactions just due to prescriptions like that, because the pharmacist makes a mistake very often, or the patient doesn't know how to take the medicine right. So one of the biggest issues is how do we make it standard procedure, and make it clear to the patient. Many of you probably have heard of white coat syndrome. It is real. I've seen it so many times with my own clients. My patients that come to me, they're just afraid because it's an environment that is scary. And I really like to emphasize that longevity clinics can be different, but if you create a nice environment, people coming there, they tell you many more things. They're more relaxed, and they are likely to stay, because we don't want people to just, you know, come like it's not a shop. We want to create a lifelong relationship with members. And I don't even like calling them patients or clients. I like the word member, because if you join the clinic, you become the member. You have the perks of being in our circle, being in our inner events, you know, talking about longevity. We can connect you with professional athletes. We can connect you with, you know, sports people, dancers, actors, or maybe business people. So funny enough, lots of interesting connections between people happen in longevity clinics. That's what I noticed. A bit of misconception of longevity clinic is we obviously know that IV drips are becoming more and more popular, which is fine. And for example, in our clinic in Vilnius, we're very good at IV drips, especially when you are falling off your feet, but you have a flight tomorrow, or you have a flight today, and you say, look, I have a couple hours, just can you please lift me off the ground? So, you know, that happens as well. And we're very good with our protocols as well. What can we do to make you feel at least a bit better, so you are at least fit to fly? But that is obviously not longevity. But if you help a person like that, he's very much likely to start a longevity journey with you as well. And one of the misconceptions of IV drips that I see a lot, and those IV clinics that are only doing the drips, the problem with them is, I'm not saying they're not working, but we all know that we need to test deeper. We can do NAD injections, right? But it's like fueling a car. If you give it fuel and the car is sort of okay, then it will go, it will be fine, you'll drive. But what if something is wrong with the tires? Or, you know, you have to look deeper and see what's happening there. And one thing that I would like to emphasize here is really patient education. We spend a lot of time just talking with patients, educating them. Why is this test good for me? Why do I need to do that? Why is this or not that? So I see a lot of potential in inner circle events. If you are a longevity clinic, I would strongly suggest you do, some VAP events that you would discuss and enhance their knowledge. And just to make it a bit brighter, less science, but Mickey Mouse can actually teach us a lot. If you look at the Disneyland, how they do their thing, it's an amazing business. If you were lost there and you see a cleaner, just a cleaner, and you ask her, where is that? Where should I go? Where is that, place? She will tell you everything. If you ask her, what is the concept of Disneyland? Or what was the story of, idea? She will likely tell you. And that is also building any project. We're obviously now talking about longevity clinics, but make sure all of your team members know your story. Why are you doing what you're doing? Because everything starts with why, right? And so just a couple of takeaways as well from this beautiful cartoon character. The power of positivity. Do you know that feeling when you leave the doctor and you feel uplifted somehow? You feel better because he says, look, this is not that bad, this is what we can do. Trying to create a positive feeling for the client is very, very important. Embracing innovation, be open to new ideas. We've experimented with different things in longevity, not with the science. We don't give our patients something that we didn't test, obviously, but just trying new concepts. Maybe even, in terms of events, do it fireside chat, for example. Build and maintain strong relationships with team members. When we were building clinic in London, as a young business, you always lack of staff, so you end up doing things from A to B to Z. And I wear lots of hats in that clinic, so I saw lots of things that can go wrong. But if the team is strong together, they will be able to do a parallel stuff, take over when you cannot do something. So it's very, very important, and that results in a great client experience. As a team leader, obviously, if you're a CEO of that clinic, you have to guide with empathy and understanding. I just came back from London, where we had a one-day course with one of the clinics there. It's located just in Mayfair, beautiful location. And the CEO of that clinic is a doctor, Dr. Ash. He's such a humble person. You wouldn't even think. And that he is who he is. And we were talking about how do you create the rapport with the person? And he says, look, I don't speak with my patients in a medical language. I don't speak in science. I speak in their language. So they understand why I'm doing. And I listen. And as a doctor, I took that away, and I'm trying to listen more than I speak when I'm with a patient. And things people trust, and tell you, they sometimes are much more valuable than lots of tests, to be honest. And obviously, view failures as opportunities. I think we all know that. And focus on details. I do a lot of focusing on the details because I'm also doing the operational workflow in the clinics. So it's always, always very detailed. And when we do the training for the team, from concierge team to whoever is your first contact in the clinic, they need to understand what are you doing here, why you're doing this, what makes your clinic special, which doctor does what. It's very important that the nurse knows what is in the drip, because sometimes I've seen things where nurses don't even know because it's so new. Oh, I don't know, ask the doctor. No, this is wrong. You have to make sure that your nurses are educated as well. So how you invite the clients, how you maintain the database, and how do you curate that. The questionnaires. I'm just listing things basically to show you what goes into that longevity clinic. And you can say, well, that goes into any clinic, really. But longevity has a different angle. You have to create a bit of a different contact with your clients. Appearance of the staff, doctors' movements, staff is creating the experience. I like to say that we're not building a longevity clinic, we are building a longevity experience. Experience is the key. And yes, maintaining communication, making sure we answer at the right time, and obviously personalized supplements and adherence. As a doctor, I can tell you, take this, this, and that, hundreds of things of that, do this. You're not going to do this. No one's going to do this, just because we're humans. And sometimes when life hits you in the face, last thing you want to do is think about your supplements or your routine that you need to go with. So another point of longevity clinic is find a way to help your client when he doesn't want to be healthy. He doesn't care, but he wants to, we all want. But that is a hand-holding experience also. Sometimes we have that when we have a great protocol for the client, he will achieve great results, we can see that, but he's just mentally not there. And so that is another thing we need to find. How do we do that? How do we create an environment so the person will want to do what you were telling him to do? And the last sentence, by the way, I really like that. I thought I'll put it here. Doctor should not forget he's a doctor, but the patient should forget he's a patient. And then it just goes smooth. It's much more smooth. This is just a bit to entertain you. Entrance to the longevity clinic. We all think, so what? It's just an entrance. So much goes into thinking how your patient comes into the clinic. Is it a red carpet? No. Some VIPs want the back door because they don't want to be seen. Is it a club where people come and discuss lots of things? We have to be careful with GDPR and information. We have to maintain, individual approach. Look at the couch where one person is coughing and the other one is healthy. Can we sit them next to each other? So things like that we need to consider when we are building the clinic. We need to separate the spaces. And this is just an example of a client journey. It's just a small bit. I just thought I'll just put it here, but creating a client journey, you think about everything. When the client comes in your door, what do you say? How do you say hi? Do you offer water or do you not? Do you take the coat, etc.? So this is creating an experience. And even this small bit of operational procedures is taking a lot of time because we're discussing, maybe we should do this, maybe this. What if that goes wrong? We do the troubleshooting as well. If, for example, the hyperbaric machine is not working, you do the steps. If a doctor is late for the appointment, well, depends on how long he's late. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes clients are fine with waiting. But if you make them wait 15 minutes, you might as well offer them a drink, a herbal something, or maybe would you like to go for half an hour into our hyperbaric machine? So that's how you manage the client relationship and, own your mistakes if you're late or if you do something. So troubleshooting is very important. And so basically adherence to the protocols, as I've mentioned. How do we make people adhere to the protocols? We need to keep working on them because they're constantly improving. And I love speaking with professors, with people in science, with all of you actually, and find a way that, okay, this works for my client, this works for my patient. And so you build protocols like that and make it simple. Use simple language. And I think that increases adherence a lot. So yes, these are my contacts. Thank you very much. Super happy to connect, and yeah, would love to stay in touch. I've also, overnight I created a website for myself, so don't judge me, but I thought it's better like a business card. So thank you.
Okay, amazing. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, amazing. Should we start?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, amazing. So good afternoon, everyone. It's a genuine pleasure to join you at this conference on healthy longevity. My name is Sofia. Thank you for this nice introduction. I am a partner relations manager at GlycanAge, and I am a junior scientist in GAMAS as well. I'm calling you from Croatia, and this is a place where the GlycanAge story took its first steps. And today I'm excited to tell you the story in a bit more detail and, of course, share it with a new audience. Now, GlycanAge might be a name that's new to some of you. So to give you a brief introduction, we are a biotech startup that has grown from the UK, and we branched out into the Middle East and the US. Our ambition is to place glycans at the heart of preventive healthcare and to make this innovative approach as commonplace as your yearly checkup. In the last 15 years, we have been on this exciting scientific journey. We were hand in hand with prestigious institutions like Harvard, Yale, and Johns Hopkins. Our collective efforts have led to breakthroughs, and we've been published in renowned journals, as well as being in the spotlight in media such as Forbes and BBC and others. Now, what brings us and me here today isn't just our past achievements, it's the future that we are very, very excited to build with glycans at the forefront. So I'm very excited to share our science, but as well as the potential that the glycans hold for all of us here. So let's get started. I would like to address the elephant in the room first, and the elephant is that our healthcare system has its flaws. And it's a system that often waits too long, and it steps in only when an illness for a patient had already taken its hold. Now, at GlycanAge, we envision a different path. We envision a proactive approach. And we're not just about healthcare, we're about health preservation. And our mission is to bring preventive healthcare to the forefront, to make it accessible, practical, and personalized for everyone. The stark reality that we're facing is that the system tends to treat everybody the same, often overlooking our uniqueness, which we all have. And it's a system that's not sufficiently focused on prevention. People are indeed living longer, but what's the quality of that expanded lifespan? We are seeing longevity, but not necessarily health span, due to many people suffering from chronic conditions which have one common denominator, and that is chronic inflammation. These chronic conditions that we're facing more and more recently, they don't just appear out of nowhere. They are brewing silently over years and even decades. And here lies the crux of the issue. Until now, we haven't had the means to detect and then address these conditions before they manifested into something more grave and serious. But what if we could? What if we could see that smoke before the fire actually starts, before the disease comes? And that is the question that drives us at GlycanAge, and it's the question that has led to some revolutionary answers, if I say so myself, which I'm excited to share with you today. Now, I want to present to you the real stars of the show, and they're called glycans. Now, I'm sure that not many of you have heard about them, but I'm happy to present them to you. And now, they're not just molecules, but they are one of the 4 building blocks of life itself, along with DNA, with proteins, and with lipids. By their chemical nature, glycans are complex carbohydrates that play a critical role in the function of, well, virtually every biological process in our body. Now, these intricate structures coat every cell, and they are responsible for a wealth of activities, from how cells communicate with each other to how our immune system recognizes friends from foes. Without glycans, the proteins in our body would lose their functionality, and our existence would be dialed back to, well, almost a single cell state. which you'll agree is far less dynamic and certainly less interesting. Now, here's a fun fact. Most of the proteins that you have heard about or you're familiar with are actually glycoproteins. And they wouldn't be functional without the glycans. It would be like having a car without an engine. And we are, this is another car analogy, but that car might look the part, but it won't go anywhere. And glycans are what make these proteins capable of performing these vast array of functions that I told you about. Now, before we go any deeper, it's important to clear up a common mix-up between two terms that might sound similar, but are quite different. We have glycation and glycosylation. Now, glycation is a bit like an uninvited guest in your body. It happens when free sugars randomly attach to our proteins. And this process can lead to damaged protein function and is mostly a response to sugar intake. We can think about it as a biological error rather than a designed process in our body. And it's commonly associated with unregulated sugar levels. For example, in diabetes, I'm sure you've all heard of HbA1c, and that is a great example of glycation. Now, on the flip side, we have glycosylation, and this is where the magic happens. This process is a controlled enzymatic process that occurs within our cells. Glycosylation carefully adds complex sugars to proteins and lipids, and in doing so, this post-translational modification, it transforms these molecules and it makes them functional and ready for action. Well, a bit more of the fun facts or the interesting facts is that glycans are the ones deciding your blood type. They also play matchmaker during conception, and they are the tacticians in your immune system's defense strategy. So it's important to understand glycosylation because it basically gives us a playbook to our body's most intricate operation. Now, I would like to present to you the visionaries or our founders behind GlycanAge. And they are a dynamic father-daughter duo whose combined passion and expertise have been really crucial for our company. Now, the first person I want to introduce to you is Professor Gordon Lautz. He's our Chief Scientific Officer. So Dr. Lautz has been working in the world of glycans since his early 20s, and so he brings over 3 decades of dedicated research to the table. These 30 years have contributed to over 300 research papers on glycans, and what's remarkable is that the one consistent finding across all of these studies is that the changes in glycans are among the earliest detectable signs of disease. And the cool thing is that they also manifest up to 10 years before we can even make a clinical diagnosis. Now, to our knowledge, glycans are unique in this aspect of early detection, which is absolutely foundational to the preventive approach that we're advocating for here in GlycanAge. The second person I want to introduce you to is Nikolina Lautz. She is our CEO, and she's a serial entrepreneur with over a decade of experience in scaling different startups. She is the driving force that took this scientific idea and transformed it into the innovative company that we are today. Let's talk a bit about the scientific validation that backs our approach, or the GlycanAge approach. And this isn't just a concept that we have drawn from a handful of studies, but it is grounded in a substantial body of evidence. So we have over 300 peer-reviewed publications. And they're not just the numbers, right? But they represent a collective validation of our claims that glycans do signal changes in the body up to a decade before diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and other various inflammatory conditions are diagnosed. Now, this kind of foresight is what we believe can revolutionize preventive healthcare. And we're not the only ones who see potential here, I'm sure, and we see that because over 16 years, our research has been supported by an impressive 40 million in grant funding. And this level of investment reflects a really, I believe, a strong confidence in the science of glycans and their potential to provide early warnings for some of the most prevalent health challenges of our time. So out of all the glycans that are available in our body and all the different proteins in our body, we have chosen glycans that are attached to the immunoglobulin G, or the IgG, which is the main protein of our adaptive immune system. Now, one reason for choosing specifically these glycans is because they don't change only with disease, but they also change with age. And this graph that you're seeing right now is a visual representation of how exactly IgG glycans change as we get older. So what we're seeing across different populations, from China to Croatia to Estonia to England, is a consistent pattern that tells an interesting story. So as we age, our glycans change, and this evolution isn't just chronological. It's biological, and it's more telling, at least in our opinion, than the number of candles on your birthday cake. And these changes in the IgG glycans, they indicate a process that we call inflammaging. So this is background inflammation that increases with age, and it is associated with a wide range of different age-related diseases. With all of this knowledge that I just presented to you, we developed the glycan clock of aging, or the GlycanAge clock. And interestingly, GlycanAge shares its publication anniversary with the first epigenetic clock by Steve Horvath. And as you may have heard about it, this is something that's very, very popular. And while epigenetics might currently steal the limelight, we consider glycomics just as crucial. Just last month, we celebrated our 10th anniversary of these aging clocks here in Croatia, and we had lectures from the biggest scientists in the field, including Steve Horvath, Tim Spector, Andrea Meyer, Gordon Lautz, and others. And we introduced the commercial GlycanAge test to the world about 3.5 years ago. Before that, the glycan clock was something you'd only read in the papers and in the scientific journals, and now it's something that you can benefit from directly. And here's how it works. So we need a quick finger prick from you, we need 4 drops of blood, and this is all from your side. You can do it either in the comfort of your own home, or you can do this at the doctor's office in a longevity clinic. And we have made sure that it's super, super easy and user-friendly. Now, from those 4 drops of blood, we analyzed 29 different glycan structures. And these are our little storytellers, as we like to call them. So they reveal not just your biological age, but they're also hinting at your health's future narrative. And this is not all. Once your results are in, you get to talk to one of our longevity experts. What they do is they walk you through what your glycans are saying, and they help you create the next steps to fine-tune your health regime. And in the last years, I believe you have also noticed this, but we've seen a surge in different biological age clocks. And the question that we get asked the most is, which clock should I use? Well, a comprehensive review, a review paper of aging biomarkers has recognized GlycanAge clock for its superior predictive ability regarding future health outcomes and its exceptional responsiveness to lifestyle intervention. So what we say is that GlycanAge is different to all of these other clocks because of its dynamic nature. So it's a responsive gauge that would reflect the changes that you make in your life. And that means that positive lifestyle adjustments are not just felt by you, which is great, but they can also be seen and quantified, and they offer you tangible evidence of the benefits of your well, healthy life choice. And let's see how this works in practice. So I want to take the example of Professor Tim Spector as our first example. So Professor Spector, he is a renowned scientist and a director at Twins UK Registry at King's College in London. And he's been tracking his biological age with GlycanAge even before we became a commercial product. Now, in 2015, he started off with the biological age, which was much younger than his chronological one, thanks to a healthy lifestyle, and you can see this on the screen. And year after year, his biological age kept pace with his actual chronological age. But this is where it gets interesting, right? So he decided to try metformin in 2020, but not for diabetes, which is the normal use that as we know it, but he wanted to use it as a preventive measure because of his genetic predisposition to diabetes and insulin resistance. And what do you know? His GlycanAge dropped by a decade in just a few months. Now, this real-life story is one of the many that we have. but it is one testament to the responsiveness of GlycanAge. So it shows you that this test is not just about telling your biological age, it's about showing how your choices can make a real, true, measurable difference to your health. And so, guided by this example, we, as true scientists, we wanted to see, so is this the magical drug that we have been looking for? And of course, to explore, we conducted a year-long study with participants who have been taking metformin. Now, the graph that you see, it illustrates that there was no substantial difference in the aging markers for the group on metformin compared to the placebo group. And as you can see on the screen here, the only exception was one single patient who did show improvement. So what this suggests to us is that metformin's benefits might not be universal, but it could be significant for individuals with specific susceptibilities, particularly in this example, those related to glucose metabolism or familial history of diabetes. Now, this brings us back to that core principle that personalization truly is key. Not every widely acclaimed anti-aging drug will be a fit for everybody. And our goal at GlycanAge is to provide the tools which would help us tailor the right intervention to the right person at the right time. And let's take a look at this pie chart. If these are three different people, it tells us that there is no standard human, right? It's just a simple reminder that no two people will be alike. And each of us has a unique blend of factors like sleep, diet, stress, and activity that contribute differently to our health. So why would we settle to a one-size-fits-all approach to healthcare? And let's consider the variety in our lives as well. We have different genes. We are surrounded by different environments, and we have different lifestyles. So it becomes very evident and obvious that the advice we follow should be tailored to our individual circumstances. So a universal diet or an exercise regime, well, it might work for some, but not for everyone. And the same goes for different medications and supplements as well. Now again, this is where glycans can help. They would capture the essence of our unique biochemistry, and they reflect our lifestyle and environment. And the good thing is that they change and adapt within months, not years, and not within decades. This means you can actually track whether the changes that you are making, whether they have an impact or not. So we believe that this is a great example of this diets and different exercise regimes not being ideal to everybody. So let's take a look at Anastasis here. He's a yoga teacher and a nutritional therapist who switched up his diet from keto to eating a diet which was richer in lean protein and eating fruits which are low on the glycemic index. He also tweaked his fasting routine, as you can see here, and he ramped up his training too. Now, the outcome was amazing. We saw a huge drop in his GlycanAge years by 17 years, right? And this is not obviously just about numbers. It's about this shift that shows the power of personalized nutrition and its direct impact on our biological age. Now, his journey is a testament that finding what works for your body, that you can basically find what works for your body, even if you're a biohacker like him, and you think that there is nothing else left to optimize in your lifestyle. Now, let's go back to the health outcomes and to what else can GlycanAge do for you. Now, the clock or the glycan clock isn't just about reading the biological time. I believe we have already kind of established that. But it's about foresight into the health's future. Now, we have been a part, or our clock has been a part of this independent study done by Edinburgh University. So they concluded that having a GlycanAge which is ahead of your chronological years might mean that you're more likely to end up in a hospital bed sooner than you'd hope. And the study also showed that out of all the biomarkers that they looked at, glycans were top of the charts in predicting who's more likely to need hospital care in the next decade. Now, I believe this is enough motivation for you and for your patients to make real measurable difference to your long-term health. Let's go a bit deeper here. Let's talk about inflammaging. Now, this is a process that begins silently, as we said, and it happens within all of us. So from our younger days, it sets the stage for the different diseases to be developed. And we can manage this inflammation from our young years, but we also have to be aware that if we don't, it will contribute to conditions like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. So let's go into the pathophysiological background of it all. We start with senescent cells, so those are the cells that stop dividing. They start secreting inflammatory cytokines. Along with this, we have signals from damaged cells and different invading microorganisms that disrupt our immune system's balance. To all of this, we have to be aware that what happens is we have more of the advanced glycation end products, or the AGEs. So this is the glycation part that we spoke about from high sugar diets that most of us are exposed to, and this gives us a perfect recipe for chronic inflammation. And it doesn't occur just in isolation, right? It leads to changes in our body's glycosylation machinery, which in turn results in aberrantly or differently glycosylated antibodies, or IgG. And those are the markers that our GlycanAge test can pick up. So understanding this process is absolutely crucial, but it's also important to understand it's not a doom and gloom scenario, but it shows us targets for intervention, and it gives us the power to disrupt this process and potentially steer clear of the chronic diseases that it holds in the future for us. And we have published over 25 different papers on different interventions that can help us fight this inflammaging battle, and I think the fight is not lost. I think it's quite opposite, actually. I think that, and this is what the studies show as well, that through the right lifestyle changes and targeted pharmacological interventions, we can turn the tide. And we have truly laid the groundwork with these numerous studies, but I want to present two key examples that truly show the potential of these interventions. So the first thing is caloric restriction. Now, I know that this is not a new concept, but its real impact on longevity and metabolic health continues to be validated by research. And our studies have shown that glycans are incredibly attuned to different dietary changes. And they can flag up the risk of developing conditions like diabetes well before traditional signs like insulin resistance appear. With glycans, you get an early warning system. With diabetes specifically, it is 7 years early. And well, that's 7 years more to adjust your diet, to refine your lifestyle, and to see the impact of those changes reflected in your GlycanAge score. The next one, again, this is something that we are all familiar with, but it's physical activity. Now, we know that physical activity is a cornerstone of cardiovascular health, and our research has shown how it can positively influence glycan structures as well. And these same glycans offer an early warning for conditions like hypertension and cardiovascular disease in general are also responsive to your activity level. And now, what this tells us is that glycan structures are not just static biomarkers. They're dynamic. They change in response to how active you are in this case. And this is crucial because it shows us that the risk predicted by glycan isn't something that's set in stone. By adopting a more active lifestyle, we can influence these structures and potentially we can reduce the risk of future cardiovascular events. So it's all about taking action now to prevent the health crisis of tomorrow. And the last thing that I want to show you in terms of the interventions is menopause or perimenopausal changes. Now, this is where we see the biggest change in glycan. So what we see is a dramatic increase in these pro-inflammatory glycans, which correspond to the hormonal change of perimenopause and menopause. So this can help us and practitioners as an objective measure for the onset of perimenopause, which opens up additional avenues for personalized interventions for women. For example, hormone replacement therapy can be fine-tuned using GlycanAge, ensuring that each woman receive the most suitable dose to balance the benefits of treatment with potential risks. Now, linking back to our previous conversation and the previous slides, Just as glycans can signal the need for dietary or physical activity adjustments, they can also guide us through menopause management. And it's a continuation of the theme that GlycanAge is not just a passive bystander, but they are active participants in our health journey. And now the scope of what we can predict with GlycanAge is huge. So this is from a recent review paper that we've published in April of this year. We have seen that there is 72 different conditions that glycans within our test can potentially predict or detect. And this includes a range of ailments from cardiovascular disease to various forms of cancer, autoimmune disorders, and even neurological conditions. And this just showcases the depth and the breadth of the GlycanAge test. So it's not just about tracking one aspect of health or predicting a single outcome. GlycanAge offers you a panoramic view of health's potential future up to a decade in advance. And now this is the level of foresight that we are hoping to bring into the realm of preventive medicine. Now, the precision, as we have seen, extends across a range of conditions. But let's talk about accuracy. And I believe this is a critical factor in any biomarker's reliability. Now, in the world of diagnostics, as you may know, the area under the curve, or AUC, measures the test's ability to correctly identify those with and without a disease. And now we want it to be as close to one as possible. And glycans are proving to be a game changer in this arena. Now, let's take the PSA test, for example. So this is a test for prostate cancer. It's a common test, but with an AUC of only 0.6, it does leave much room for error. Now, let's look at glycans. When we assess the glycosylated form of PSA, the AUC score goes up to an impressive 0.94. And this is not just an incremental leap, it greatly reduces false positives and false negatives. Now, tying this back to our previous conversation, we can offer a clearer and more accurate picture with these biomarkers. And when we pit them against current diagnostic markers, glycans don't just match up, but they excel. And you can see on the slide here, the AUC charts show that for diseases like hypertension, ovarian cancer, Parkinson's, and breast cancer, IgG glycans offer superior accuracy. So by enhancing the precision of disease detection, glycans could redefine early diagnosis, offer a chance for earlier and more targeted intervention, and ultimately better patient outcomes. And now I just wanted to share a quick sneak peek into what's coming next for GlycanAge. So in the new year, we are going to be, hopefully in January, we are going to release this new report, which will feature an advanced algorithm that is capable of deciphering a unique glycan fingerprint of different diseases. Now, this tool basically compares your patient's changes in glycans to a typical glycan profile of a certain disease. And just as we've seen glycans outperform current diagnostic markers, we believe that this report will push the boundaries even further. So it will allow us to see how your patients' glycan changes overlap with the typical changes. And we hope that in the future, this will become, well, as common as a routine blood pressure check. Now, you might be wondering, if glycans are so great, why are they not a staple in clinical practice yet? And well, the reason is quite simple. Glycans are incredibly complex to analyze. Now, we know that DNA has 4 building blocks, proteins have 20, but glycoproteins have thousands. And currently it takes us about 7 days of laborious chemical analysis to process one set of samples. However, we are optimistic that within the next 2 years or so, we can reduce this to a single day, which would bring us a bit closer to clinical applications. Now, just to tell you a bit more about our lab, which is located here in Croatia, we have analyzed over 160,000 out of the 191,000 published human glycomes. And these samples come from leading institutions like Harvard, Yale, and Cambridge, who have entrusted us with their very, very valuable samples. And hopefully, as we expand to the Middle East, the US, and other regions, we truly aim to make glycomics an integral part of the global healthcare. Now, in the end, I would like to reflect on the 4 Ps that we all know are set to define the future of medicine. So preventive, predictive, participatory, and personalized. Now, glycans are at the heart of this transformative vision, at least from our perspective, and they provide us with a deep understanding that, well, very much transcends conventional diagnostic, and it opens up a new realm of proactive health management. So I invite you to be a part of this revolution. If you'd like to find out more, you can sign up for free at this web address that you see on the screen, and you can explore how GlycanAge can enhance either your practice or your personal health journey. And for other questions, feel free to reach out to me at sofia@glycanage.com. With this, I want to thank you for your time and for your commitment to the advancement of health and longevity. I'm here to answer any questions you might have, and I very much look forward to the opportunity to collaborate and innovate together in this very, very exciting field. Thank you.
Thank you, Sofia, for this impressive demonstration. I understand that for the prostate PSA, I have to turn 0.94% or 0.94 as a biomarker, or how to call it. It's impressive, so that would be in my interest. Thank you very much. It just shows that actually, as the first 2 speakers in the beginning, especially Ugis Kletnieks, showed that the aging has a lot of hallmarks, more than 12, and each of them is not sufficient to make predictions or to fight against aging. And there are more and more data. It's actually very big data coming up. And the next speaker is, I think, very relevant in that sense. It is Professor Alex Zhavoronkov. He is in Hong Kong and New York, but actually originated from Riga, from here. And he has a PhD in mathematics and physics, author of books also like The Ageless Generation, How Advances in Biomedicine Will Transform the Global Economy. And he has founded a company in Silico medicine. It's a biotechnology company, and actually they are combining genomics, big data analysis, and deep learning in order to find out what are the best medications, so in silico drug discovery. And I think it is very relevant, the approach. I've learned that there is something like GAN, a special analysis of artificial intelligence, etc. I'm looking forward, Alex, to listen to your presentation. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Liels paldies. Thank you very much for inviting me. Very, very happy to be with you. I'm dialing in from Montreal, Canada. We just opened and inaugurated the R&D facility here. I was born in Riga, and I'm very happy to be Latvian, and also very happy to see that Latvia is giving birth to many, many new startups in longevity and even venture funds. So I'm sure that you know Gary Zmudze and Sergei Sakimovs and many others who are running Longevity, a very substantial venture fund in that space that actually invested in us very, very early, and also in several other companies. So I think that Latvia can give quite a bit to the world of longevity, and I'm very happy to have a connection to this region. Nowadays, I'm truly global, so I travel most of the time. So unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person. Would love to be there. And again, thank you for inviting me. So for me, it's a big, big thing. So I'll share my screen and try to share the presentation. And let me just share computer sound, because there will be several videos in there. I'll be speaking on a subject that is very dear to my heart, which is AI and robotics for drug discovery and longevity research. So I try to be to play kind of both games, or to be on the conservative side of pharmaceutical drug discovery, and at the same time try to push the field forward in longevity. For us, basically, aging research is a companion research for anything we do for drug discovery. Also, really wanted to thank Ilia Stambler, who helped invite me to this event and managed to help organize it despite all the dramatic events in Israel and Palestine. So thank you, Ilia, for making it happen. And all the disclaimers. So I am working for a commercial organization that is not yet public, but we have to make all those disclaimers. So no forward-looking statements, not an investment advice. I'm doing this as a kind of educational exercise, not to promote the company stock in any way. And all of those statements and ideas here are strictly personal. So don't buy, sell, ingest, inject, or marry, divorce anybody based on what I say. I'll start with a provocative question. What are the proven technologies we have today to extend our life? And the thing is, there are not that many. So we know that there is diet, exercise, sleep, and meditation. But aside from that, we have not seen much that works in humans. And even those diet, exercise, sleep, meditation, people are still arguing. So we tried to develop a platform to discuss those things and try to put them in a credible pharma format by launching a conference called Aging Research and Drug Discovery Meeting. And next year it's going to be the 11th conference, ARD 2024, August 26th to 30th. So in Copenhagen, so right next to Riga, one short flight away. 5-day event, highly recommend you coming there and also reviewing the previous materials. Many speakers at this conference also participated in this one. But out of the toolkit that we have today that may extend our life, we have diet, exercise, sleep, reduce stress, regular diagnostics, reduce risks. And you know what? That's technically do what your mother told you. So that's nothing new. So that's something that you should do anyway, and that's pretty risk-free. Over-optimizing may help, but may not. We don't know. As a matter of fact, how many years of life should you expect from these? Well, if you look at Buddhist monks, on average, who diet, exercise, sleep, meditate, and they try to avoid stress, and if they live in high-income countries, they live approximately 3 years longer than the rest of the population. So is it worth it, dedicating your entire life to diet, exercise, sleep? I don't know, but you are likely to get 3 years longer than everybody. And you can also nowadays use AI tools. This conversation that I'm trying to start today is about AI and robotics. So nowadays, we all have access to ChatGPT, and I asked here, make a list of top 10 approaches to extend life, and you can see that even ChatGPT can very quickly tell you that it's, caloric restriction, a healthy diet, adequate stress, adequate sleep, stress management, pharmacological agents, etc., regular health screening, and then you can actually query it for more. I'm not going to go through the entire process here. You can actually see that it will tell you that you might be able to get additional 10, 15 years from those interventions, and it will also show you some more advanced interventions. So AI can actually help you make some reasonable estimates how much you're going to gain from the various longevity interventions. And I think that today, managing personal longevity is actually very similar to investing. So I'm not trying to advocate in any way for self-medication, but you might want to become a venture capitalist of your own life and be prepared to lose some in order to gain some advanced above average returns. And again, that's not a kind of canonical statement within general medicine where you have to rely on approved protocols. Currently, there is no approved protocol for longevity. That's why you actually have to study it, study longevity and make your own decisions, right? But your longevity is in your own hands, and everyone on this call who might be listening and have not yet done anything in longevity, it might be a good idea to join the field, get your MD or PhD, and I don't think you should go into this field without an advanced degree in biology or medicine. But you might want to become the venture capitalist of your own life and also of other people's lives too, by researching this field. In my opinion, diet, exercise, sleep, no stress, it's like a risk-free government bond if you were compared to investing, right? So most likely you're not even going to outperform inflation anyway, so you're going to age and die. But what if you wanted to be more venturous? Well, now there are longevity medicine courses that you can take and learn about this field. Again, I first recommend to getting an advanced degree in biology or medicine. And getting some experience in drug discovery, drug development. And there is also longevity medicine physicians who can guide you on this process. And one of the longevity physicians that you might want to Google and follow is Dr. Evelyn Biskup, who is the director of the Sheba Longevity Center in Israel and also is a longevity physician at Human Longevity. Together with her, we published a Nature Aging paper in January 2021, together with a wonderful scientist, Dr. Kai-Fu Lee, very famous in AI, on the applications of deep generative reinforcement learning to aging research and drug discovery. So in this perspective paper, you'll be able to read about how we can use biomarkers, AI biomarkers to track the pace of aging and at the same time help identify new drugs. But again, this field is highly experimental, and it's a good idea to work with a physician who first starts with those, government bonds, so to speak, health, exercise, diet, sleep, and regular diagnostics, and then you can look at something new. So currently, there are no properly conducted large-scale clinical studies providing evidence for a longevity drug. And there are several frontrunners. We've all heard about metformin many times over. And currently, I think that the frontrunner that a lot of people converge on is rapamycin. And here I'm saying rapamycin plus because there are multiple different types of rapalogs, similar drugs like rapamycin. And rapamycin itself has multiple side effects that you might want to manage with additional drugs. And actually, many of those drugs can be effectively combined with rapamycin. And if you look at what AI has to say about rapamycin, and actually that's a fun paper that I published together with ChatGPT last December. So we did it in October, November last year, just for fun, just to show that ChatGPT has the ability to reason and even understands concepts like Pascal's wager. It's a philosophical argument by Blaise Pascal, which postulates that if there is a chance that God exists, and there is a tiny chance that believing in it gives you additional benefit, and there is no harm, you should believe in it, right? So in this same context, we looked at what would happen to consumption of rapamycin in the context of Pascal's wager, and ChatGPT actually made the recommendation that you need to consider taking it if there is a chance that it's working. But of course, you need to evaluate the side effects. And if there are side effects, you need to understand whether the benefits outweigh the risks. And again, that's what venture capital is all about. So AI can actually help you even get some of those ideas. And if we believe that rapamycin is one of the front runners because it worked in multiple model organisms, why there are no large-scale trials for rapamycin and associated protocols? And by the way, why there are no trials for metformin? You know, probably one of the most famous scientists in this field is Dr. Nir Barzilai, who I saw is also on the program. He's been trying to conduct a study for metformin for many years. And it's actually not very economical for pharmaceutical companies to run those trials for one simple reason, because both metformin and rapamycin, they are already demonetized. They are out of patents. So the patent life is over, so there is no incentive for the drug discovery companies and drug development companies to invest in those drugs in order to confirm that they work on aging, because they have nothing to gain if they don't own the patents. So the question is, can we find something that is better than rapamycin and still have patent life? So can we identify a drug that works in a specific disease from scratch and also may work on aging? Well, that's where AI should be able to help, right? And if the drug works on aging, and it's so powerful that it can work on aging, it should work in some disease, preferably in multiple diseases. And my talk is going to be about that. So identifying therapeutics that work on core aging pathways and have the possibility to have the patent life to justify investments into clinical trials, and at the same time they might work in some diseases. So can AI help? Well, in pharma, the only validation of technology are clinical stage assets. So AI, as you have seen, can provide you with multiple hypotheses. So you can actually get a really nice pathway mapped out for you to identify a promising therapeutic, even for your own consumption today. And it can also identify drugs with high levels of novelty. But when it comes to drug discovery, the only validation is clinical trials. And this chart, you need to remember if you are getting into this field, because if you are to commit to AI-powered drug discovery, you will need to prepare to spend at least a decade of your life in drug development. So once you identified a hypothesis for the disease, which actually might take you 1 to 10 years, and the probability of success of finding the right one is 1 to 5%, and may cost you $1 billion or several $1 billion. So the largest funder of science is the National Institute of Health in the US. They spend about $40 billion a year on basic research, and very, very few, tiny percent of those massive spendings are actually resulting in good drugs or in good disease hypotheses. So you might spend a lot of time here, but once you identify the protein target, it will take you approximately 12 years to get the drug approved. The probability of success is less than 5%, and it costs on average $1.8 to $6.1 billion to put it through. So, and again, considering the risks and the cost, it is very rare to see drug approvals. So far, I've managed to demonstrate that with AI and operational efficiencies that we can get around the world, we can go from 0 to the beginning of phase 2 with a novel therapeutic that hopefully will target the core aging pathways, and at the same time it's been purposed towards a disease. I'm developing the anti-fibrotic. But this chart is extremely important because it shows you that even if you find a good target that is implicated in aging and disease, it will take you about 12 years and approximately $2 billion to get it approved. So you have to prepare for a long journey. And now where AI can help? Well, generative AI is not new. It has just been consumerized. So the first generative algorithms were published and invented actually here in Montreal, where I'm presenting from. Yoshua Bencho and Ian Goodfellow published the first paper called Generative Adversarial Networks in 2014. Then in 2017, transformer architectures were published by Google. And then we've seen a massive evolution of this field, right? But again, it's not used. So even for OpenAI, GPT-1 was published 2018, and we already knew that it was very powerful. 2020, GPT-3 was published, and then our lives changed when it became consumerized and we got ChatGPT. And nowadays, there are massive numbers of models developed by large conglomerates like Google, Facebook, Amazon, and of course Microsoft, and there are many others. So in China, we've got Huawei, we've got Baidu, Beijing Institute for Artificial Intelligence, and many others that allow you for those large foundational models to be created and used, and many of them are open source. But actually, everything started from Google. And you should expect all of that to evolve. So many of those models will be redesigned every 6 months to a year. So the systems will become much more powerful. But again, without proper validation, you would not be able to put the drug on the market out of AI. And generative AI in pharma is also not new. Actually, first drugs discovered and generated using generative AI are already in human clinical trials. As a matter of fact, the first generative adversarial network-based approaches and to generation of small molecules and synthetic biological data were published in 2016, 2017. And let me show you a fun video from 2017. So when I started presenting on this subject and we published a number of papers in that field. So this is Hotel Coronado in San Diego, 2017. And I'm talking about how to use generative approaches for generative chemistry.
Good area for AI to disrupt. And there are two strategies for AI-driven innovation in pharma to ensure that you get better molecules and much faster approvals. So one is looking for a needle in a haystack, and another one is creating a new needle. So our company developed a pretty comprehensive pipeline that utilizes both of those strategies. We start with a large numbers of molecules, large numbers of hypotheses, and then take it through a process that gives us very high quality promising leads that then later we validate and put into partnering and pharmaceutical drug development. But today I'm going to be talking about one technology in AI and deep learning called generative adversarial networks, which is essentially disrupting AI as well.
So yeah, that was 2017, a long time ago. Basically, more than 6 years ago, we started publishing in this field. This is the history of deep learning. 2014, GANs were published. 2016, in June, we submitted our first papers. And 2019, we published a really cool paper called Generative Tensorial Reinforcement Learning that allows you to generate small molecules with the desired properties. And that was the first time we actually synthesized those molecules and took it all the way into mice. So we synthesized 6 molecules and put them into mice in 46 days. 4 of them worked. So, and we did it with Alana Spurogudzik, a very famous professor at Harvard and now at the University of Toronto. In his lab, he likes to wear those Lucha Libre face masks. So that's us in his lab. And in that particular study, we've utilized generative tensorial reinforcement learning system to generate 6 molecules, synthesize very quickly. We tested 2 all the way into in vitro and metabolic microsomal stability assays. Then we injected the mice, demonstrated favorable pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics properties, and published. And all this, the entire experiment took 46 days. So that was one of the really cool demonstrations in 2019 that generative can be applied to small molecule drug design. And then we actually decided to commercialize this technology and turn it into a platform that other people can use. So we launched a Pharma AI platform, and now much of our research is available through our software. So you can license our software, Biology 42, Chemistry 42, Medicine 42. And we now have a pipeline of over 30 AI-derived therapeutics, truly global company. So we have R&D centers in 7 countries or regions, 2 headquarters, New York and Hong Kong, but also R&D centers in Taipei, Shanghai, Suzhou, Abu Dhabi, and Montreal, Canada. And we have 2 CEOs, so I'm in charge of AI development, and I founded the company, but I am nothing without an expert drug hunter, Dr. Ran Fong, so PhD from Harvard, 11 years at GSK, and then he co-piloted a contract research organization called Medicillin, where he supervised thousands of scientists that performed work on contract. And he started using our AI to really quickly design small molecules with the desired properties. So we're a team. In a traditional approach that I've described, right, to get to preclinical candidate, it usually takes you about 5 years and $700 million. Preclinical candidate is one notch before you go into human clinical trials. So you formulated your disease hypothesis, got to lead optimization, and we've demonstrated that with AI and operational efficiencies provided by robotics and new approaches to contract research, we can design and discover a drug all the way to preclinical candidate in 1.5 years on a reasonably small budget of about $2.6 to $3 million. And we've also demonstrated that we could use generative AI to very rapidly design and take the small molecule drugs all the way to phase 1, and then through phase 1 in a very short period of time. So it took us under 30 months to get into phase 1 human clinical trials where we tested safety. And the software that we started developing for the entire community consists of 3 parts: biology 42, chemistry 42, and medicine 42. There we have multiple apps. So one of the apps that even any one of you can use is called Panda Onyx. It's the tool that allows you to identify novel targets with the desired properties, so solve entire diseases. And you can do it on autopilot, or you can go very, very deep into specific biological data sets and try to identify targets manually if you are a disease expert. After you've identified the targets, you can generate chemistry with the desired properties, synthesize tests, and also predict the outcomes of clinical trials with a clinical tool. Now, many of those tools got additional superpowers. So we have the ability to do indication expansion for a variety of disease target associations. We can do automated gene disease reports using generative AI. So you found the target, you purposed it towards a specific disease. You can assess target feasibility, omics evidence, mechanism of action, and even path to market. All that is generated automatically using AI. In generative chemistry, we also now allow for ease of use. So you can configure all of the desired properties that you want in the molecule using conversational AI. So it can very quickly show you how to adjust the settings, even if you are not a medicinal or computational chemist, for the different properties that you want in the drug. We have ADME predictors, just launched additional 26 models that allow you for absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion, toxicity. Though ADME properties is something that every medicinal chemist cares about quite a bit, and of course every medic who runs clinical trials. We also allow for your own custom reward API to be created. So of course you can use ours in autopilot, but many pharmaceutical companies want to try their own. So we actually allow you to program chemistry 42 for specific individual rewards. Now we yesterday also launched the alchemistry engine that allows you for free binding energy calculations for every molecule that gets generated using AI. So you generate the molecule, and very quickly you can assess the docking and binding using real physics calculations. So it's not an AI prediction, it is the genuine physics calculation, and we did it in a super efficient way where we demonstrate that we outperform competing solutions that are physics only. So here we combined AI plus physics for the first time, and now we can use it. I'll skip a few slides because I'm going to be out of time, but we also have a tool called Clinical that allows you to even create knowledge graphs for why specific clinical trials are going to succeed or fail. And yesterday we also put a paper on arXiv on a preprint server together with NVIDIA. So the first author here is from NVIDIA. It's called NACHO, Natural and Chemical Language Foundational Model. And in this model, we combined natural language with chemistry. and trained this foundational model. It's actually based on T5 transformer architecture with new features that allows you to do biomedical question and answering, just like many other generative models, but also you can do molecular generation and molecular generation in 3D right from scratch in one chatbot. It took us about 2 weeks to train on 64 A100 GPUs in the DGX cloud with NVIDIA. But now you have a conversational agent that can generate really nice molecules in 3D. And Nacho 1, our next generation, can already outperform some of the generative models that are in Chemistry 42. We also introduced Copilot that allows you to, from scratch, utilize all of the tools Pandaomics, Chemistry 42, and Clinical without the need to have this domain knowledge. And I'm going to skip that, but basically you can find some new targets for psoriatic arthritis or see those targets that are implicated in psoriatic arthritis and disease and aging, for example. And here it will, when you ask it like that, it will go and query Pandaomics, identify some promising targets. So in this case, it's interferon gamma, interleukin-1 beta, TYK2, tyrosine kinase 2. TYK2 is actually a very famous target. This year, phase 2 asset by Nimbus was sold to Takeda for $6 billion, $4 billion upfront. They also are doing psoriasis experiments and demonstrated efficacy in psoriasis. So here, if you were to ask this agent, okay, which one is the most promising based on druggability, safety, low toxicity, and tissue specificity, it actually prioritized TYK2 automatically. And if you wanted to see the demo of where we used all of those three tools in a research paper, we publish a lot. We usually publish about 2 a month. But this one is really cool. So AlphaFold accelerates artificial intelligence-powered drug discovery, efficient discovery of a novel CDK20 small molecule inhibitor in chemical science. We used Pandaomics to identify novel targets for hepatocellular carcinoma, liver cancer, prioritize the targets with high probability of success and no crystal structure, took AlphaFold crystal structure, modified it a little bit using computational chemistry, gave it to Chemistry 42, got to 7.3 micromolar hits. We synthesized only 7 molecules and gave them back to Chemistry 42, got to 180 nanomolar hits, and tested all the way into in vitro assays, and they worked. So that was a pretty cool exercise. So 13 molecules synthesized in total, and all this took 50 days, so which is really cool, less than 2 months. And of course, we did it with several high-profile scientists together. So now I'm going to switch gears. I hope I've got another 5 minutes for that. So how do we use AI to find common targets in aging and disease? So that is the sweet spot for drug discovery, because if you found a target that works in aging and purposed it towards a disease, you actually have a credible case to come to the investors and say, look, I want to solve this disease, and it presents a compelling, commercially viable story where the investor can still make money on a disease, because again, aging is not something that is easily reimbursable. It's not, you cannot really make a compelling commercial story for that. So we published a paper submitted it in January 2022, published around March, where we utilized our Pandaomics AI-powered engine to find dual-purpose targets that are implicated in aging and disease, and structured them and mapped them onto hallmarks of aging. So I'll skip the nitty-gritty details here how we did it, right? So there are multiple different scores that we utilized from biological data, text-based data, and even commercial data, and mapped multiple protein targets onto the hallmarks of aging, and also scored them by confidence, so how confident we are that they are going to work, and also druggability, so how easy they are to drug. Using those 2 parameters, you can actually create business cases for pretty much every target. You know, if I were a venture capitalist, I could just go through those predictions, you know, come up with my own risk profile and how much money am I willing to spend, and pick a few targets and just run with them. right? And of course, do their own research to validate whether our hypothesis is correct or not. Another really cool study that we did recently and published in Frontiers in Neuroscience was with Merit Chutkovits, Chair of Neurology at Harvard MGH, Jeffrey Rothstein, her counterpart at Johns Hopkins, and Lu Bai, professor at Tsinghua University. We took a very large collection of ALS data from Answer ALS Consortium, the largest consortium for ALS data, ran it through AI, identified some new targets and drugs to repurpose, very quickly tested in a fly model from Mayo Clinic, and demonstrated that PandaOmics could predict 26 targets, and most of them worked and rescued the ALS phenotype in the eye neurons of ALS flies. And out of the 26 targets predicted, 18 of them worked well, and 8 were unreported and strongly rescued eye neurodegeneration. And in that study, Lu Bai, he has a startup called 4B Technologies, took some of those repurposing targets, repurposing candidates, and started a clinical study, principal investigator clinical study. So now they enrolled more than 30 patients into the study. In 1 year, we managed to go from target discovery to a clinical trial, which is really, really cool, but that's repurposing. Just wanted to show that PandaOmics can be used in an age-related disease like ALS. In 2019, we also have another case study where we decided to use PandaOmics Chemistry 42 and Clinical in one go for a target that is likely to be implicated in aging and disease at the same time. We did the target discovery using AI, generative chemistry using AI, synthetic route planning using AI, and dozens of preclinical experiments. Then we went for a small phase 0 study in Australia, so 8 healthy volunteers, and then 2 full-blown phase 1s in New Zealand and in China, so 78 healthy volunteers in New Zealand and 43 in China, and then entered phase 2 human clinical trials for an anti-fibrotic drug. It's actually a pretty famous program. It was on the cover of Financial Times this summer. That's me and Dr. Ren in front of our robots. And there, to go from 0 to preclinical candidate with a novel antifibrotic took us 18 months. Now we have cases where we can go from 0 to preclinical candidate in 9 months with some of those drugs. And here is our pipeline. So we utilize our own AI to develop the pipeline of our own therapeutics. So our most advanced program is in phase 2 in both US and China. And some of the targets like USP1, QPCTL, TED, DGKA, they are actually quite commercially viable, and we're partnering. So one of the targets that is commonly popping up in pretty much every AI-powered biotech focusing on aging is PHD1/2. It's HIF1 alpha. We have a drug that we purpose towards inflammatory bowel disease. And the hypothesis there is that it got restricted, but also activates the repair of the epithelial barrier in the gut. So that's a really cool hypothesis. And some of those drugs we can also sell, even in phase 1 human clinical trials. So a couple months ago, we sold our USP1 asset to Exelixis, a large publicly traded cancer specialist that I deeply admire in the US. And they paid $80 million upfront in cash for the drug. Plus, of course, there are milestones and royalties. It shows you that those AI-discovered drugs are actually pretty commercially viable. And now I'm going to switch gears very, very quickly into multimodal transformers. I know that I'm out of time, but you might want to read this paper, Precious 1 GPT, where we developed a transformer that can predict age and at the same time identify protein targets using methylation and transcriptomic data. So we train those transformers on methylation and normal expression data on aging, annotated with age. So you can create multimodal aging clocks, and then we transfer the weights onto multimodal transformer classifiers that are trained on methylation expression data to predict disease. And then we hook them up to PandaOmics, and you can query them for targets. So please read this paper. And now, when you have those transformers and you actually validate them in a real preclinical program, you might want to find ways to automate this process, right? So when you trust in the process, you might want to automate. And we built a pretty sizable robotics laboratory in Suzhou in China, where we use robots to do target discovery, target validation, and then pretty much at every step of the way, you can use those robots to accelerate your own AI-powered drug discovery. So that's my last kind of video. I just want to show you that we have a lab that we built over 2021, so I was sleeping there. Also, if you visit it, it's a pretty epic facility, so it opens up with your face, so the lab says ni hao, and you can go in. To your right, you will have dim windows. You can see the robots through those windows, and we opened it on December 29th. So this is real footage, a real workflow of the lab. So you throw in a sample, the robot picks it up. It can be an organoid, it can be a tissue sample, grinds it, microplates it, puts it into the another room. There we have our own autonomous guided vehicles that transport the sample from station to station. Part of the sample goes into incubator, part into the imaging station. We get several types of imaging, so phenotypic data. Then we also have a next generation sequencing facility, also fully automated, also robotics driven. So automatically you get methylation, transcriptomics, and whole genome sequencing libraries prepared. Those libraries go into the Illumina sequencer. And Illumina sequences those libraries in about 24 hours, depending on the workload. And then the data goes into the AI layer, so into pharma AI layer, and that's where magic happens. So AI automatically identifies promising compounds that may work on high-scoring targets selected based on your risk profile. So novelty, confidence, and commercial tractability. We have a very large compound hotel, so the robot automatically takes the compounds from this hotel, aliquots the molecules onto the samples in the incubator that we originally put in, and then we wait 6 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours. The cells or tissues that we put in absorb the compound and react. So respond phenotypically and also epigenetically, and you can measure transcriptomic response. And then you measure all of those omics and imaging data. And if AI did well, it gets rewarded. If it did poorly, it gets punished. And for targets that didn't have the compounds but scored very high, we can also give them to humans, and they do CRISPR and RNAi experiments to validate those targets. So that's where the robots come in, and the beauty of drug discovery using robotics and multimodal transformers that are trained on aging and disease at the same time is that you can actually run tangible drug discovery programs, commercially tractable drug discovery programs, and do aging research in parallel. So aging research is free. So here I'm going to pause because I'm out of time, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions may come later, but thank you for this fascinating presentation, a kind of journey into back in the future somehow. We have a lot to learn, and
was it boring?
Oh no, no. I think
it was great. But usually in this conference, no time for questions. But let's see, maybe for you there'll be an exception. Great. So thanks, Alex. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks, Ilia, for inviting me. Very happy to be with you.
Well, I heard that this was according to your presentation. It sounded like there is a lot of echo in what you are saying. It's fascinating, and I hope that some of what you are doing could be done in your country of origin. but let's see. I know that Longevity's is one of the best companies in medicine in Latvia, so in the Baltics, so you're not totally absent, but there's a lot of room to progress. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now we are turning to the next speaker. I understand one of the initiators of this process. It is Professor Nīra Barzilai, a founding director of the Institute for Aging Research, and also...
By the way, we cannot hear you, so...
So you're still... but we need to go over to the... Sorry? We need to go over to the next speaker.
Yeah. Great pleasure. Thank you. Liels paldies.
Paldies jums. Visu labu.
Thank you, Alex, so much. It was super inspiring. Thank you so much for your speech. I'm here to present the next speaker, very beautiful Amit Goldman, EMBA. She traveled from Lithuania, correct? Yes. So she's a healthcare executive trained in public health, member of Longevity Education Hub.
So Dr. Alex, stay for a couple of minutes, you'll see our face again.
Okay, so member of Longevity Education Hub and Longevity Alliance Baltic, head of partnerships in Lapsi Health, redefining sound in medicine, venture fellow, lead at Silicon Valley-based fund at Digital DX Venture Capital Fund. And she's gonna talk today about wearable technologies and longevity, monitoring, intervention, and beyond. Please, warm welcome.
Hi, well, pleasure to see you all. Will you help me out with the setting it all up? So I'm going to start with a shameless plug. And Dr. Alice has mentioned Longevity Education Hub. I happen to be a tiny little grain in the process of it, so I want to also highlight it. And while we have the presentation being set up, if you want to connect, would love to connect. If you have any questions, please. I'm trying to be responsive. It might take a little bit of time, but do connect with me if you'll be interested. So yes, as it was beautifully mentioned before, I've ended up. I went to the med school together with Dr. Marta, but I accidentally I worked for quite a few years in a private healthcare sector. And I ended up in health tech. So I'm going to talk about this and wearables. Just let me try. It doesn't work. So let's start from Longevity Education Hub. As I mentioned, shameless plug. It's not working. OK. So I'll just use this. So first things first, what we do at Longevity Education Hub, we invite beautifully mentioned, we do invite medical professionals to come over and learn a little bit more about longevity. And we have quite a few well-known faces. I'm going to show the creators of the Longevity Education Hub and the course. But when we looked into the stats, we found a very shameful thing that we just have really few people from Latvia taking the course. So I hope that after this conference, I'll see more people taking the course, because the creators of the course really took a bit of time to, put everything together. Of course, United States are the leaders, but I hope to see Latvia with better numbers, because the course is really amazing. So here's the QR code if you want to take the course. Just you can log in and take it. It's CME accredited, and you also will get a cool. You'll also get a cool diploma to post on your socials. So as I mentioned, our course creators, authors, Dr. Alex Zhavoronkov, Dr. Evelyn Biskup and Professor Alexey Moskolov. And there are a couple of courses. I took 2 of them. One I'm still pending. So it's Longevity Medicine 101, Longevity Medicine 201, and Investigating Longevity course. That's the newest edition, and we have it in different languages. And actually, this is how I got my feet more deeper into longevity. My first interaction with longevity was almost 10 years ago when I was working in a private medical, the biggest chain of private medical clinics in Lithuania. And I was trained by a professor who was a geneticist, and he told me about these magical things called telomeres. And I was so fascinated. I was like sitting there and I was thinking to myself, there are people in this world who are paying, literally at the time, it was the minimum wage in Lithuania, to like do a test in telomeres. Like, are you kidding me, professor? But apparently there were. And now these tests, they are way cheaper. And this is my journey. So as Dr. Alex previously beautifully mentioned, right, there are different ways how you can optimize yourself, right? And there are different ways how you can extend your life. And one of the ways is through the extending your experience. So I want to ask you to take a quick Slido test. I just want to know if there are any people in this room who have any kind of wearables. I did see one person in this room who really wears a wearable. Lev, did you?
I do. I hope you can hear me. But,
yeah, I can. I just wanted to ask you, so what do you wear? I mean, it's a beautiful ring.
Yes, this is an Oura ring, and I'm tracking my sleep quality and heart rate with it.
Cool. So I would really love to hear if you have any wearables, what are you tracking, and why? That being said, fun fact, so Latvians consult a doctor about 6 times a year. 6 times a year, which is actually at least twice as much as average, but still, and you can see Latvia, you can see it? It's in here. Lithuania and Latvia were almost the same. We have Slovakia a little more, and Norway, Sweden, somewhere in the bottom. But however, everyone is complaining, Canada is short on doctors. Doctor shortages are here. Europe is running out of doctors, and frankly speaking, this might happen as well in Latvia. So I took some time to take a look at what is happening in Latvia. What is the future of Latvians? And nearly 30% of general practitioners or family physicians working in Latvia are in pre-retirement or retirement age. So there are a shortage of specialists in the industry, particularly in remote locations. By the way, do we have any medical professionals in here? Whoa, so many hands. By the way, question, do you use any wearables? What about, you do? What do you use? Cool. What do you track? Cool. I have to admit, I also don't use any wearables daily. I did have my CGM. I should get another one. But it just doesn't fit my style, but maybe I'll need to get an Oura ring. However, jokes aside, and Dr. You've mentioned you're using some of our wearables? I'm so sorry? Okay. Dr. Sapiro? You've mentioned that you're using some wearables, is that correct? No? Okay, next time. So what is the future of, how does our future doctor look like, right? Will it be replaced by AI and robots? I don't think so, to be honest. And I don't think that any of you think the same. So the future, I believe that the future of the doctor will be that the doctors will be augmented, right? The medicine, as we practice it, will be augmented. Maybe I don't see it as much in here, in this region, but I see it massively happening in the States. Most of my recent professional experiences are in the States, so I hope I'll be able to share a little bit more insights on it. But what I see there, that doctors are massively adapting different technologies that could extend their practices. And I believe that in the future, doctors will be able not to only monitor us as I mentioned, 6 times a year. How often do you see your patients? Sometimes maybe you don't. Sometimes I don't even come to my GP. Maybe I'll go to my cardiologist or whatever, you know, somewhere else. But you just don't. It's like it takes. You have to go there and you have to see the doctor. So I believe that the way we see medical professionals work will massively, dramatically change. So let's go further. And with that being said, there are so many things. And if you want to be better, if you want to improve ourselves, we have to measure things. And as Peter Drucker said, you can't improve what you cannot measure, what you don't measure. And that's why we need to measure things. So I loved the idea of MEDS, MEDS, meditate, exercise, diet, and sleep. There are quite a few wearable technologies that people use to track these markers. And even Lev said that he has a ring for that. He's married to his health. He invested in his health. That's cool. But also there are other things that could be potentially tracked. So a couple of fun facts, because we have to understand that it's a massive business in the world. And only from 2016 to 2019, connected wearable devices increased by 325 million. From 325 million, it doubled. It doubled. 30% of middle-income households, so it's not only like the elites who have, from Silicon Valley, who have these fancy golden rings, but 30% of middle-income households used fitness trackers in the US in 2020. And also the massive rise was seen after the COVID, right, when we got disconnected from the world. And the market is just massive, which is fabulous. So have you ever thought of the things that you have on that? Your cool watch. Yeah. Like sensors? Sensors. Cool. So yeah, so there are different sensors, and if some of you, and some of you have, you know, the watch, there's a green sensor, there's a red sensor, right? These tiny little beautiful lights on the back of the device, and the green light measures heart rate. The red one measures blood oxygen sensor. And there are tons of different sensors. And when I say tons of different sensors, I really mean it. For like whatever you think of, there are different sensors that are being developed every single day all around the globe for different things, from sweat to breath to tears to saliva. And then when we look at it, right, you've mentioned the watch. So we have sensors like PPG, ECG, and so many more, and I can leave it. I will not go into the details, but you can see that for whichever part of your body you'll think of, you can find a sensor that will try to track a different biomarker within you, right? For your physical activity, for your blood pressure, for CGMs, and I remember that somebody previously mentioned it. I was checking my, okay. As I mentioned, I was checking my blood glucose as well a couple of months ago. And I want to do it more and play a little bit more with it. But tons of different sensors for tons of different things. So there's a bioelectronic tongue to monitor saliva, glucose in saliva, and I can go through a couple of these. Like contact lenses, right? That was the tongue, the tongue to measure the saliva and glucose in saliva, and there are so many different for so many different biomarkers in your body. There are different trackers that could be worn, and they're still being developed. A digital DX venture, so it's a fund that invests in different wearables. One of the investments was made in the company called Optina. So basically it scans your eye for the Alzheimer's disease, the way your pupil contracts, which is also something, interesting. And there are so many different biomarkers, as I mentioned. Again, for the breath, right, for the humidity of the breath, the tiny little, for the humidity of the breath as well. And so many others. What we do at our company, we're trying to catch the sounds within the bodies of human beings, and we want to analyze them as biomarkers. This is what we do. So think of, the heartbeat, fetal heartbeat, and so many more. But also, the most important thing, the most important thing that we want to achieve is we want to find out if we have a risk to go to an ER before we get into the ER. I want to know if there's something wrong with any of my vitals before I get to the hospital. And the most interesting thing is that it's possible, and this has been proven with Aura ring, right, that was used for the COVID during the pandemic, and so many more. So this is very important to prevent it. And again, especially as somebody who's trained as myself in public health, we were told to believe that the most important thing in the world is not treating the consequences, but actually preventing it. And being part of the society that has access to all these different technologies, from some really silly ones and interesting ones, just some of the crazy ones. So what I mean by that, in the 1960s, people predicted that there will be an instrumented suit measuring heart rate, blood pressure, breathing, and temperature, and it will soon make a checkup last only a minute, right? How long do you last with your patients? 15? 7? Not a minute. But this is what was predicted back in the 60s, and actually we're kind of close to it. Whoop, that was mentioned previously, earlier in the day, they launched the wristband, but also launched, smart underwear and so many more interesting things, smart insoles. So we have all these devices that, that you can put on your body and that can track different biomarkers. Also, I literally read this week to just show how crazy the world went, right? But also interesting to read. So I guess you all know by now who this person is. Brian Johnson, right? And I just literally this week saw that he, introduced and he mentioned the world's first erection health tracker. So basically, every night he puts a device on his genitals to track, how many erections does he have throughout the night. So there are so many things that can be measured. And I think what we will see more and more in the upcoming future, not only more and more devices are being, becoming our medical grade FDA-approved devices, but also, the devices that don't work, they will just, dilute and disappear somewhere. But, quite a few interesting things are happening. And also, and maybe Marta will recognize the one on the left. And also there are different apps, right? We mentioned nutrition. There are apps, where you could just, write down how many calories you burned, track, because another important thing is not only to track some of the biomarkers within you, right? But also track all the information that, that doesn't require tracking without your intervention. With that being said, you have to remember everything, what you've done, how many steps you made, how many calories you burned, what did you eat, maybe even take a picture of the food that you take in, and all of these fun things. So it was really funny for me what I've discovered that in 2018, which was literally 5 years ago, 30% of people committed to wear at least 5 wearables by 2020 for various purposes. And frankly speaking, I don't really believe in it. And as we see, we're in this room today. How many of you are wearing 5 devices? I guess none. Even a couple of us are wearing 1 or 2. And I firmly believe that it's not about the quantity of how many wearable devices you'll have on you, but how many biosensors you can put into one device or another device. And that's why I really love these ideas and these wearables that are trying to combine different trackers into one. So for example, this one, Evolve, it normally is a hearing aid, right? So elderly people, they don't really have to think of like putting another Fitbit or another Oura ring on their fingers or on their wrists. All what they have to do is not to forget to put in their hearing device, and the device will detect, for example, fall. It's a fall detector. So I hope, and I'm seeing more and more devices that offer combined different sensors within one. And we also see, Apple Watch being upgraded, and all of these non-invasive wearables. Hopefully, more and more will soon offer more and more biomarkers checked. And there are a lot of problems that I see. So in my previous company, at the beginning when I switched to MedTech, what I did, I was interviewing a lot of medical doctors. So what we did at the company, we built a platform for that included all the different data that is coming in from all of the different devices. And I was like trying to interview medical doctors, and I was asking them, what are the biggest problems, right? Because what do you do as a doctor when you have this person coming in with like 50 devices and these 50 different, reports? It's like impossible for somebody to process it. I remember myself when I had my CGM on, I came up to my doctor and I was like, hey, so here are all my reports. What do you think about it? And, and she was like, oh my goodness, this is like way too much for me to absorb. Let's try to do this and that. So, and imagine somebody, and I'm really not obsessed with like biohacking myself that much, just a little bit. But imagine somebody who's like so obsessed and has all these different wearables on them. What do they do? So one of the biggest problems that medical providers that I spoke to had was how do we analyze all of that information? How do we put together that information? How do we make sense of that information? How do we make sure that medical providers know how to interpret that data, right? What if I'm a really cool biohacker, but my medical providers, they're not even trained in reading the data that is coming in from my device? Have you ever been trained in like reading these devices? Right? There's no like even proper course on it. So this is another big problem in the system, because the market, right? The market, the people, they want these devices, but doctors, they don't understand. And how to pick the right wearable, right? How do we know that this wearable is actually does what it's supposed to do? So before coming into this conference, literally last night, I messaged my acquaintance, Dr. Ronald Primas, and I asked him, hey, what do you use like on your daily basis? And he's a precision medicine specialist. He's a medical doctor based in New York. He has his own clinic. So he said, I use these products. So CGM on the top left corner, Abbott Freestyle Libre, and actually this was one of the most common wearables that doctors that I interviewed a couple of years ago used. And I believe we heard throughout the conference quite a few times how important glucose monitoring is, so I'm not going to repeat myself. The beautiful ring that Lev has, the Oura ring and BioStrap for his patients, again for the daily biomarker monitoring. And then I asked, what do you, doctor, use? So he mentioned this device, which is Calibra Biometrics. And I think this is something interesting because I haven't seen too many medical providers yet using this, but this is a breath analyzer, to cut the long story short. So it checks the ketosis state, respiratory volume, Yeah, so you can check all of these anaerobic state and calorie burn rates, but it seems like a nice, like a fashionable product to use when you're like running down the street. So these were, and I'm sorry for not mentioning, but also Polar H10. This is what the doctor used, these two devices, and of course I think the ring as well. And this is what he recommends and what most of his patients use. I think that the winner, as I said, will be not the company that will create 50 different devices and then you have to like come in with like 10 different watches for 10 different biomarkers, but somebody who will make sure how to include all of these things together. For example, I don't want to go, and this is the Nikolina Lauch. I think you've seen her before in the previous presentation, a good friend of mine. I did the GlycanAge test. But I really didn't like, up until half a year ago, to do blood work. It was like a horrible for me. I could pick anyone and I could like, draw your blood, but for me, no. And so she did my blood work, but I don't want to go every time to a doctor to get my blood done. I want to have a wearable device so I can like check my hormones. Do I need today to get my, I don't know, thyroxine or whatever, or maybe I don't, and all of these, things. So, but this is an interim thing. This one is Tally. I grabbed one in San Diego, a project by David Sinclair for biological age, as well as GlycanAge, age test, and a couple of other tests. But then the question is, who pays for it, right? Because if you want to adopt the technology, there has to be somebody who pays for it. So who covers it? And Dr. Huberman, by the way, he mentioned that health is a habit. So you have to, create a habit. And in order to create a habit, it's not enough to go to a doctor 6 times a year. You have to continuously monitor some of your vitals. So he came up with an idea of putting together a company, Vertison, for better sleep, for stress reduction and other. And his idea was to put this burden on the employee. So which is an option. We have a great example in Germany, DIGA. So, you have just prescribable wearables, prescribable apps. I don't know if you heard about it, but I think it's great. Everyone's incentivized to do it, to use it, and to track. And here are a couple of, so it's called DIGA in Germany. And we can see that the most popular DIGA that are approved are for agoraphobia, for depression, for oncology. But, this is happening, and this is happening right next to our door. It's happening in Germany and Europe. Can skip this one. So, so top 10 medical wearable trends by Start US. I'm going to skip AI because AI, if you have a lot of data, most probably you need to analyze it in one or another way. And I'm going to skip telemedicine, but it's in sleep management, epidermal technology, wearable robotics, hearables, as I mentioned earlier, smart eyewear, fitness tracker, smart clothing, and disease management. I'm going to stop myself here because I know that I'm limited and short on time. But Professor Dr. Zhavoronkov mentioned Dr. Evelyn Bischoff, and she's going to speak as well on 8th of December in Kaunas, Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. It's going to be another conference, so I would love to, it's just a 4-hour drive, so would love to see you again in Kaunas. I'm going to post information about the event in a bit. And yes, would love to see you at Lithuanian University of Health Sciences. And thank you very much for spending some time with me and listening to me.
Thank you very much, Amit, and thank you very much, Dr. Professor Nir Barzilai, who just entered. Welcome, Nir. Great to see Israeli presence here. And I'm not saying not for nothing, because there's a big campaign that Israel is cooperating with Baltic countries to actually make this happen. Thank you very much for your presence.
Thank you, Ilia, and congratulations to this conference. It's morning in New York, so I missed really good talks, and I know that I have about 10 minutes, and I was thinking what I should talk about, and I just looked at some of the things that you covered, and so I don't want to touch about it, and I think what I'll do in 10 minutes is give you a view of one of the projects that we have that is about biomarkers, and I want to start by showing actually some of my own biomarkers, and I would tell you that I am, let's see where it is. Okay, I would tell you that I'm really interested in a biomarker like many of you, and so I have 10 biomarkers that shows me that I'm anywhere between 10 years younger and 3 years older than my age, and then that immediately tells you that the biomarkers are not perfect yet, and that we have to, not that anything is wrong, but we have to discover really what they tell us. But I really want to make a totally different point here, and that is that the biomarkers needed not only to discover what is our biological age, but we have to have biomarkers that will change when we do some geroprotection or use gerotherapeutics. In fact, if we want to develop more drugs, and there are many more drugs and interesting approaches that are coming in, so you have all those biotechs, and the biotech in a phase 2 study has to show that the biomarker is changing before they go into phase 3 trial, like you do with almost any other disease. So it's really important to think of it this way. And I'll just exemplify something, and then I'll tell you what we're doing. And you've seen on my screen, this is my biological age, so I'm kind of almost 3 years younger than my age. And I called Steve Horvath, that's his clock, and I said, you know, you owe me like at least 5 more years. And he said, how come? And I said, look, I have another biomarker, and maybe you're not aware of that, but the Mayo Clinic has developed an aging clock for the EKG. In fact, the EKG, and I'm an internist, right? And I didn't know that. The EKG can distinguish between men and women, 100%. Okay, I didn't know that. And by the way, if you ask the cardiologist at the Mayo, what's the difference? They say, well, it's AI discovers that. We don't really understand what's the difference. So I was in the Mayo Clinic about 10 years ago when I was 58 years old, but my biological age was 54. And I think it's because I'm kind of healthy, I'm exercising, so I was a little bit younger than my age. But 2 things have happened since then. Soon after, I started taking metformin, and several years later, I started intermittent fasting, which I continued throughout the time. And when I was 67, my heart and my EKG age haven't changed by much, maybe by a year or 2 over those 10 years. So I feel that by actually intervening, I improved my biological age. So why this, 10 years difference didn't show up on that clock? And I'll tell you one reason. When you get the GlycanAge, you get also the improvement in epigenetics that is correlated with leptin or GDF15 or CRP. It's not the levels of those, it's the epigenetics that is corrected to that. And you can see that I'm kind of younger in everything except my hemoglobin A1C. But in fact, my hemoglobin A1C in the last 10 years has been about 5, like my hemoglobin A1C dropped from 5.8, was less than 5 almost the whole 10 years. But this epigenetic log haven't depicted that. My problem according to them is still hemoglobin A1C, when actually my hemoglobin A1C is fine. And this is why our clocks are really great. They're doing a lot of things, but they're really not good for the individuals. They're maybe good for the groups. So what we've done, we have a study that I'm not going to tell you, just that you know that we have healthy people that are between the age of 65 and 95. I'll tell you more about them later. And for each one of them, we did by SomaLogic 5,000 proteins. Okay, and when you do it, you get this volcano plot. I'll just tell, if you haven't seen it today, this is the statistics, okay, and this is the size. Those are going down, those are going up. And you can see that of the 5,000, about 17% of the protein are actually significantly changing between the age of 65 and 95. Among them are proteins that we actually know are actually changing with treatment. And we have reference, you can find references for that. So we know that we're depicting something known, but also a lot of new. Now, just to make a point, when you get proteins that are significant, like PTN and MYC1, which is GDF15, what are you seeing? Are you seeing something that causes aging? Or it's possible that you're seeing something that is responsive for the breakdown of aging. Because in fact, the transgenic animals with GDF15 and PTN are animals that will live longer and healthier. So when you see those proteins coming up, the instinct is, let's bring them down. But probably you need to bring those even farther up because they are a defense mechanism. I know that you had a lecture about IGF-1, but when you're over the age of 50, IGF-1 should be down and not up, so you don't want to bring it up. So this is the challenge. But let me tell you some interesting parts about it. First of all, if we're trying to see what are the pathways that we're depicting here, so first come those insulin IGF factors. Okay, we're used to that in genetics and everything else. But there's something really interesting. A lot of what we're seeing as top peptides and very significant are things that are associated with breakdown of metrics, breakdown of extracellular metrics, or platelet degradation, collagen degradation, neutrophil degranulation, etc., etc. And I actually think at first I said, okay, this is all noise. But then I thought, no matter how we treat aging, we have to stop the breakdown. So I think maybe the breakdown is a common pathway if we want to see eventually if drugs are working. So I'm throwing this thought here. Let me skip this. So I didn't tell you up front, but I said I have 1,000 people. Half of them are offspring of parents with exceptional longevity, because my studies is about centenarians, and I have a longitudinal, I'm picking somebody who's noise. Half of the, Ilia, do you know who it is? Do you want to call his name?
Dan. Muted.
Half of our subject are children of centenarians. And children of centenarians, although they're the same age, they're healthier, they have half the cardiovascular mortality, half the death, half the dementia. And you can see it here. You can see that this is much more red than here. In fact, their aging is delayed from a proteomic perspective by almost 10 years. You see that those guys those are offspring of parents with usual survival, they have 585 significant proteins going up and down, and those have less than half of those. So we can depict in individuals the biological of aging. That's not to say that it answers what I said up front, what happens when you treat someone, but you see that it's distinguished. Another thing that's really interesting is the fact that male and female have, or let's put it this way, female have a more stable proteome. Female have only third of the proteins that we depict overall. If in male we depict 600 proteins, only 277 are in women. And we have to think about it, because if we develop tools, either we develop tools that are male and female combined, or there are different biomarkers for male and females, and we have to think about it. By the way, there is another way to look at it, which is really similar to what I showed here, that if we had here male and female, the female would be actually 10 years younger than their age. I mean, we know that female aging is quite different, so that's another explanation. But certainly, the value, the level of those proteins will not be the same. You have to adjust for male and female. And the last point I really want to make is that we collaborated with Judy Campisi's and Brigitte Lab because they're developing a consensus proteome when you actually for senescent cell. In other words, they're taking senescent cells from different sources, creating them in different ways, different organs, and trying to see what's common to the secretory protein, to the SASP. And we have, out of the 174, we had 114 SAPs, and actually 31 of them change. But I want to show you something that is very important. Yes, there's lots of proteins that went up that are part of the SASP, but there's almost just as many who went down. Okay, just as many as went down. Now, the SASP are basically based on the fact that they're all secreted. So let's say that some of them are secreted but stays around. They shouldn't go down. They should stay the same. But we have half going up and half going down, which means that the proteins that are SASP protein, the SASP is not necessarily their origin. They come from other cells as well. So I'm not sure we are there for SASP protein for now. We can develop a clock. In a clock, you can see that we distinct between people who are younger than their age biologically or older than their age. This guy, for example, sorry, something is not. This guy, his chronological age was 78, predicted age 86. And you see it was a female that had anemia and cardiac irregularity and diabetes and hypertension and gait, and she actually died 2.9 years later. So, you know, the proteome has a good chance of doing exactly what the epigenetics clock is doing, but the proteomic is much more responsive. We know that the epigenetic studies, I mean, I'm quoting Horvath and Levine, it doesn't change much, not in 9 months and 10 years. I think that's the problem. And they're trying to find those that are changing more, but proteome is much more reactive. Let me see. Well, I think I'll close now. I'll just say that with the American Federation of Aging Research, me and Dan Belsky are leading the FAST initiative that really aims to take studies of gerotherapeutics that are already done and do the hell of the omics, take the hell of the omics out of them. We have secured sample from the DPP, the Diabetes Prevention Program has samples of people who were treated either with metformin, lifestyle intervention, exercise and diet, and placebo. So we're getting samples of the first year of treatment, and then we're going to SGLT2, to GLP-1, and hopefully to other things in order to find what specific biomarkers are changing with interventions and what are changing no matter what we do. So let me thank Ilia and the organizer and stop here. And I know that you're much past time, so I'm respectful for you guys and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mir. And thank you very much to all the participants. Thank you very much. Special thanks to Lev Dvornik and Ugis Kletnieks for making this conference possible. Thanks to Gleb Sedners, thanks to Likalevskaya for making Longevity Alliance Baltic possible. Thanks to Marta Kobzevaite, to Amit Goldman, to everybody. I hope I didn't, to all the speakers. Just my thanks. I had to say thanks, you know. Sorry, guys. If anybody else wants to say thanks, I had to say my thanks. It's really an event. It's the first time there is a longevity association in the Baltic area. It's the first time there is a longevity conference in the Baltic area. As somebody with Litvak roots, I'm very proud, very happy about all this, and also for our international cooperation, especially with Israel, with the Israeli office of the Latvian Investment and Development Agency. So thank you very much to everybody for everything. I hope everybody sees the logo of Longevity Alliance Baltic. I replaced the Israeli logo with this one. So thanks, many thanks. If anybody wants to continue, please. I've said my part. Thanks. Guys, Lika, anybody wants to say something? Lev?
Yeah, I think this is it. We would like to take a group photo with some of the speakers and Longevity Alliance Baltic members. So Amit, Marta, everyone else, if you could please come, would be happy to take a picture.
Yeah, please. Do you see
with Ilia as well.
Longevity Alliance Baltic? Do we need to add something else? I think it's in. You know, that's.
Oh, that's perfect. Yeah.
Somewhere here, maybe.
Yeah, that should be.
Глеб, давай.
Just a second, Ilia is going to come back to the screen.
He said to say something to appear on Zoom, because it jumps when somebody says something.
Mm-hmm.
I'll hide my wearables.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
wonderful. Where should we look? Everywhere.
How about the slide on our faces? Shall we try? Maybe. No, I don't know. How does it look?
Maybe you could better turn it off.
No, but then we won't see, yeah.
Maybe we can move
We can
closer.
compare through computer.
I'm just suggesting maybe we do one more without the just to be safe.
We can prevent that.
I agree with that. To shift side. To shift the side, yeah.
Maybe we need to shift to the sides then. Maybe somebody push it outside and. No?
I think you better come to me.
Fine.
Closer.
I'm fine with it. Now sitting.
Bravo.
Okay, well, we'll be finishing the stream. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
So 8th of December, come to Kaunas, University of Medical Sciences. Ilia is going to be speaking there, Dr. Evelyn, and a few other people. And 8th of December, and maybe next time, everybody will come to Vilnius for another conference.
Recording stopped.